What's good, gamers? How we going? How we doing? Me. Yeah, it's late in the UK. It's gonna be late for someone, no matter what time I stream. How's everyone doing today, though? How we schmoovin'? How we groovin'? We're doing a little bit of a chit chat, maybe a Q&A type of thing before I really get going with Delta Tryon. Me and Delta Tryon are going to be not ranking, we're just going to be talking about our favorite moments of Transformers Skybound. I have a whole folder of moments that I've gathered from both my personal enjoyment and his, and we're just going to go through and talk about the whole series pretty much. A Scholastic FNAF pop up. Yep, my buddy who he's a middle school teacher. He was able to get that for me for my birthday last year or Christmas or something. If you guys don't already, I do have a Instagram and Twitter. If you ever want to see what I talk about outside of YouTube. Sorry, I'm crafting the perfect Instagram story post to advertise that I'm streaming right now. Oh my god, the picture I took is so bad. What the hell? Oh, I put so on Instagram. This is what I'm gonna post right here. Looks amazing, I know. If you like swipe left, it does like a low res filter, and it looks like that. And I was like, why does it look so bad? Like, what's wrong with my camera, bro? But no, we're all chilling. We're freaking chilling. Just need to grab a link to the stream. Sorry if this is boring. I'll be more engaging in a second. Uh, can't multitask to save my life. But before I actually start paying attention to chat, guys, drop some comments down in there. Let me know how you're doing. Ask me any questions you want to. Live on YouTube. And then I'm gonna tag Delta Tryon. Bruh, for some reason whenever I tag on Instagram, if I tag in like a string of words, it won't actually tag them. So I have to like make a whole new nobody cares. Nobody cares. um okay, give me one more second. I need to go give my dogs food. And I'll be right back. Hold down the fort for me, chat, if anyone comes in and says, "Where you at?" Y'all better have some good questions for me. All right, what's up? What's up, Jake? It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, X Clips. That's freaking epic, dude. All right, let me catch up on chat and see what I've been missing. Late in UK. Yep. TF Hype Guys live stream was on when it was nighttime in the UK. Okay. Good afternoon. What's up, me like cars? Would you get a Skybound Optimus if one releases officially? I think I get a Skybound Optimus if it has Megatron's arm and it's like cell shaded in a very particular way I want. But besides that, I don't know if I want a Skybound. I mean, if they did a whole Skybound line, I'd be very tempted at the very least. But it'd have to be really good. If they're doing like Devastation style figures, I'm not buying them. Sorry. You can't just slap the word Skybound Transformers on any toy and make me buy it. That's just not how it's going to go for me. Can you show us your dog? I posted a YouTube community post recently with my dog in it. But I can't show him right now, no. Heard a lot of sad stuff happen with the Starscream. And I don't know why. Well, you know why if you read it. I want to see Dumb Jake Jr. His name is Finn. I'm not going to reveal the thing I hate about in this community. Now I'm not. Okay. I want to see your dog. I can't show my dog. Bring back the chair. Please show us your biggest Transformer. No. No. The narwhal bacons at midnight. Anyone know that reference? I mostly want to start early to make sure my internet works, because last time I tried to stream, my internet was just completely dead. Completely gonzo. Yeah. Has anyone in the chat actually read Skybound Transformers? And if so, what's your favorite part of it? Okay. I just like Transformers. No. Okay. Awesome. Do I play Minecraft? Yeah, I play Minecraft. I mean, not like a lot. I read it, but I wasn't really digging it, so I just shut up and let people enjoy it. Yes. Yes, I have. My favorite part is probably Volume 2. What part of Volume 2? Just the whole thing? Like the whole versus Shockwave thing? Yes, but hard to choose. I loved issue 23. Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, that's a big issue. We definitely have a lot of of moments from issue 23 we're going to talk about. Yes, everything is so good. Just need to think of something because the amount of things that happen. They packed the series chock full of moments, man. Chock full of just insane fight scenes, insane death, insane like betrayals. Like, golly, what a fantastic comic book series. Beachcomber and Alita and Astro Train, yeah. Man, Astro Train, I liked him, and I thought it was cool, but I really would have liked to know like who his love was, like what was that all about? I mean, maybe we get like a Astro Train miniseries in the future or something. I don't know. I think they need to do like character specific miniseries because there's just no, like, with all the plot happening in the book, there's not a lot of time for the characters to grow. And that was probably the number one criticism I saw from different uh from different like criticisms. We do not need a new six shot. The Titans Return leader is amazing. Who's even talking about that, man? Is six shot in the room with us? Who was talking about six shot? I guess probably the moments Spike and Optimus have and Sparky. Yeah, the whole Optimus plotline is genuinely really interesting. They should make a Bumblebee miniseries. You say it's a joke, but I actually agree. I think they should make a Bumblebee miniseries. Screamer in issue 24, I wasn't initially a big fan of, but it really grew on me. I definitely saw some people feel like it was out of nowhere, which in a lot of ways it was. But the thing about it is it's like meant to be abrupt and surprising, and Starscream, in my opinion, isn't redeemed in that moment for all the stuff he's did in the comic book. But him snapping out of it for a moment, I think, is really interesting. Why is it featuring Delta Tryon? He'll be here at 7. I just started a little bit early to make sure the stream was stable. I'm enjoying what they're doing with the Matrix. The stuff with the Matrix was really confusing at first. Like, reading it monthly when Sparky does the thing with the Matrix that he does. And there will be spoilers when me and Delta start talking about it, but I guess I'm straying away a little bit because a bunch of you have said you haven't even read it, and I don't necessarily want to spoil everything. I mean, it's up to you if you want to get spoiled, but I'll wait for a bit. I found you because of Skybound content? How so? What Skybound content? It had to be out of nowhere. Screamer wouldn't have been convinced if he said, "This isn't you," like Jetfire tried. Yeah. That is a great point. He definitely needed such a strong visual memory to snap him out of what was going on. A sudden reality check. Yeah, I definitely agree. That moment doesn't redeem Starscream, but it shows his humanity. Yeah, definitely. It shows that there is some humanity, like you're saying, left inside of him. How little is. If I recall correctly, Delta, when I was on his Delta base or something? I have a couple videos where I talk about Skybound. What did I even call it? I think I think it's called Transformers and Horrific Death. Is what my video is called, and it's about Transformers and Horrific Death. And that one has Bumblebee dead on the cover, or on the thumbnail, I mean. I think that might be the only time I've talked about Skybound. I really cannot remember when I've talked about Skybound otherwise. Every redemption needs a start. Yeah, and I feel like some people were saying he literally cannot be redeemed. And I mean, it's in the eyes of the beholder, right? Like, if you forgive him, you forgive him. If you don't, you don't. But in IDW, they redeemed Megatron. Like, they did a whole Megatron redemption arc. And Megatron, I haven't read IDW, but I know some stuff, and he had to be doing worse than anything Starscream's done. You know, he was in charge of all the bad stuff happening. You know what I mean? Like, so I think you can totally redeem Starscream. It's just how willing is the reader to let that happen, you know? And I feel like they could come to a point where it's like Starscream's like slightly redeemed, but not really. We saw it, you know, another Robert Kirkman sort of thing, The Walking Dead. I do believe Negan eventually becomes sort of redeemed, or at least an ally to the heroes of that story, right? Like, I could be wrong. I know that happens in the TV show for sure, but I can't exactly remember. Yeah, because Rick doesn't kill Negan at the end of the war plot. He leaves him alive as a sign of like growth, I guess, for humanity. So I could definitely see Starscream being like an ally in the future. I don't think he's immediately going to become good. Uh, we saw that he probably isn't dead at the end of 24. Um, so I think we could see that in the future for sure. I could be wrong on this comparison, but it reminds me of Darth Vader. Not everything about Vader is redeemable, but it shows that there could be some good in people, and Starscream feels like that. Yeah, yeah, Darth Vader isn't bad. The only thing about Darth Vader is he really only shows his humanity when he's about to die at the very end. Um, there's no real chance for Darth Vader to really face the people he's wronged. I mean, besides like Luke. But for Starscream, he could definitely come face to face with Carly. And if you remember, like issue 1, he kills Carly's dad just for fun, essentially. So, you know, Carly and Starscream having to work together in the future would definitely cause some tension. This take on Starscream was depicted as something of a Force participant. Yeah, it's an interesting mix of he's being mind controlled, and also he just starts to enjoy it after. I mean, a Stockholm syndrome is basically it's basically Stockholm syndrome where he becomes as evil as Megatron, if not more so. With less of a moral compass because of what Megatron's done to him. That doesn't necessarily mean he's guilt free of all of his actions, but he's definitely a victim in some way of Megatron. Megatron personally kills thousands of humans and orders entire cities destroyed. His reception later in the series is less face turn and more of old man realizes he's done harm and decides to do good. Sure, yeah. I wouldn't expect Starscream to do an immediate turn to being a good guy after this issue. It was Delta Base. Sorry, had to. That's awesome. You're like one of 600 people because I think the Delta Base he did with me was like a lot worse than the other ones. Like nobody gave a fuck about my Delta Base. I was like, damn, Dumb Jake doesn't pull in the numbers, man. But that's cool. You found me that way. That's nice. Did I just spit? I'm gonna move on from it. Skybound Starscream feels like how much can you make a victim repeat the cycle of abuse until you are irredeemable? Yeah, it's an interesting question. Obviously, at some point, Starscream decided to own his cruelty. Yeah, he became a maniac. He's definitely a crazy person. Like, unfortunately. Delta should be in here in a bit. Let me see if I can't set something up. Give me give me 1 second. This is awkward. Okay. What the Sigma? Okay. Yep, there's a chat. Let's take a look at that Delta base. Delta Tryon. He says, or I say, Delta Triad so much that, hold on. I gotta hide my screen for a second. Okay. We back. I say Delta Triad a lot. Hurt people, definitely. He was murdering for the love of the game at the start of the comic, yeah. What's up, TJC Turtle? Delta will be in about 15 minutes. We're just kind of chit-chatting right now. I wanted to check my interview with Delta Tryon. Because it was a long time ago. Delta Tryon, I don't know if he does it anymore. I don't think so. He used to do like interview podcast called Delta Base. And yeah, 737 views. And then 3,000 views with Emperor Kumquat. Dumb Jake is washed. 1.7 with Moonbase. 1.1 with Retro and Reissue. Bruh. The dumb Jake. 3.4K for Comet and freaking Cam, but dumb Jake only gets 7. Whatever. I'm glad I went on Delta Base and talked to Delta Tryon, because, I mean, we talked to each other before, but I think this happened because I popped into one of his live streams, like, a year ago, and he asked me if I wanted to be on it, so I was like, yeah. So I'm glad I went on it. I'm sad I was not able to pull the numbers for him like that, but, you know, it happens to the best of us. I honestly love when Optimus taunts Starscream with Megatron's arm when he calls it a constant reminder of who you'll never be. Bro, I don't remember that scene. Do you know what issue that is? I don't remember that. But that's funny as hell. I really got into Transformers YouTube because of Skybound, so that's funny to hear. I just watch people I like regardless of their content. Really? Watch Jake. Yeah. That's awesome. I'm glad Skybound brought you to the Transformers community. Did you start with it as your first Transformers thing? Or did it just bring you to Transformers YouTube? Have I ever met Bumblebee? No. Didn't expect to watch Beyblading videos. Let me... oh, shit. I can't close Discord. I'm gonna have to mute my Discord for a second. Mute for 3 hours. 5 or 6. Okay, I need to check that out. That going on the offensive panel, I mean, I feel like that changed the game for Skybound. Oh, Delta Tryon's messaging me. Delta Triad. Oh, almost like keep got okay, screwed that up royally. Just showed off my whole friends list. Not that it's like a big secret or anything, but I don't know. Where's my chat? Yes, sir. Okay. I am about to bring Delty Triad in. Let me reconfigure my setup here. Just gonna go full cam to make it easier. I'm calling Delty Triad. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, it's Delta Tryon, my good friend.
Data Trio, as they call me.
the Skybound guy, the Skybound comic book guy. I got the expert on the job for this live stream.
That is correct. The only piece of media I have ever consumed is Skybound to make sure that I stay on brand for what people have called me for some reason.
Skybound and Reconstructors. If you need lore on that, Delta Tryon is your guy.
It's true. Yeah, you can find. I've thought every now and then about going back to Reconstructors on the main channel, but I thought, YouTube will probably see that video and be like, "Hey, no more videos from you. We're shutting the channel down."
Everyone in chat, what the fuck is Reconstructors?
What is he talking about? Is Delta lost? I mean, I'm already working on a GoBots video right now that I know is going to bomb. People are going to be like, what made you want to do this? And I was like, I couldn't stop thinking about it. That's why.
Think about this. If you know the video's going to bomb, then you're free to make whatever creative choices you want. You don't got to bow down to the YouTube gods. You can make art in your own vision. It's
true. I'm actually a little upset with that video because I said, hey, I'm not going to do videos that are over an hour long anymore. It's not worth it on my end. It's too much work. And then I edited the GoBots video. It's like an hour and 5 minutes. And I was like, damn, how did this happen? I thought I had.
Wait, are you doing the damn GoBots comic from like 2019? Okay, yeah, that's hot.
It's oddly biblical in a way. It's weird.
Yeah, I haven't read it, but I've seen panels, and it ends in a really interesting way.
Yeah, there's like dark angels, and there's direct quotes from like the Hebrew Bible, and then there's this big section about like fathers taking on the sins of their sons, and I'm sitting there like, this is GoBots.
Are you kidding? Like, actually?
No, I'm not joking.
Holy shit.
No, I'm not joking. Yeah, and actually, I'll tell you this. My favorite part of the video that keeps coming up is the fact that GoBot Crasher, which everybody loves, I've noticed.
Yeah.
There's a human that specifically says that he was captivated by her because she had such a sexy voice. And I'm just sitting there like, this has got some really weird implications for a lot of things. I think that's what made me want to cover
That's awesome. That sounds bizarre.
It's only 5 issues.
Yeah.
But they're decently long issues, and it feels like an eternity when you're reading it. It honestly like just keeps going, and you're like, my God,
the art style's a bit weird, isn't it? No, like a bit strange.
Yeah, it's so it's strange, definitely, but it's also very much so designed to be very retro, back to the kind of early 80s of comic books. But I think what's a special treat is you'll just be reading through it, and I think a lot of people know, and I'm blanking on the artist's name, but that famous comic book depiction of Captain America with
big chest, Rob Liefeld.
That's used in the comic.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
is Cykill got a giant chest?
There's a scene where a character gets thrown into the sewers, and they just recycle. It's really an homage to a famous Wolverine comic where he comes out of the sewers, or like Daredevil is constantly referenced in it. So you're just like, you're looking at this thing that you can't explain, but there's so many little things that your brain are like, wait, I've seen that before somewhere, but you haven't because it's GoBots. Everybody's seen GoBots before.
I do want to watch an original GoBots cartoon at some point because it's done by Hanna-Barbera, I want to say, and the animation doesn't look horrific. It looks fine, on par with Transformers.
What I love about it is that they dedicated it to being accurate to the actual toys, unlike Transformers. So
Really?
however weird the toy was, that's what it looks like in the
Oh,
show.
right, yeah.
So it's none of this like, oh, the cartoon doesn't match the toy. No, it's exactly the same.
Bug Bite is a peak
100%.
design. Oh.
Bug Bite is so weird.
We got some chat messages here.
Oh yeah, let me pull up your stream as well. That way I can look at it at the same time.
It's crazy. You got the writer of the Skybound comics in here.
True.
I gotta read that GoBots comic. There's a guy named.
Good
Do you
luck.
know FNAF at all, or Five Nights at Freddy's?
I am aware of it. I don't really know
Okay,
it.
there is a guy named Michael Afton in chat that says it's me, Michael, and it made me laugh. It's a FNAF joke, but GoBots lore goes deeper
Hey,
than
JS
FNAF
Productions is
lore.
in here. Yeah, JS Productions is was a when I had channel membership. I guess technically still a member of my Discord, and she's a big FNAF fan. She's always trying to tell me stuff, and I'm like, yeah, sure,
Just watch
I'll
the
listen, but it doesn't mean
movies.
it's for
That's
me.
all you need. They're just gonna streamline all the lore that is quite frankly
That's what I
bad
probably
in the
should do.
movies.
That's what I should probably do. It's always just. I think I asked you this last time we spoke when we were watching Skibbity Toilet.
Right, I forgot. How could I forget?
I think I asked you. Yeah, how did you forget? I think I asked you how. I just didn't understand that it was, it started as a game, as a horror type game, and then I go into Walmart and I see like children's books on FNAF, and I'm like, wait a second, I'm confused as to how we got here. But I mean,
it is
it's the Minecraft effect.
It's baby's first horror series, essentially. Okay. Oh, damn it!
So pure horror for my wife. Mrs. Tryon would be terrible.
I don't know. That first movie is really not scary. Like it is not scary to a shocking degree. But we're not here for the FNAF lore. I always come back. Yeah, so I always come back. Doing a live stream where we watch GoBots. I don't think I could get away with that.
Yeah, it's owned by I think WB owns it technically, the cartoon, so they would be on you in a second.
I tried to watch Transformers Armada on stream because it's all on YouTube, so I was like, I could probably get away with it. No, they shut my stream down mid-stream.
If you look up GoBots, there's official clips from the show that WB uploaded like 17 years ago. They're still there, and I was like interested because I thought about I probably will use some for the video at some point. But as soon as I found the clips that I wanted uploaded by WB, that's when I knew I'm gonna get struck for this.
What I like to do is I like to do a Gaussian blur behind it. I don't know if that even actually works, but since I started doing that, I've gotten less.
I know some people will put they'll put like their avatar in the corner, and I don't normally do that unless it's for the videos with Mrs. Tryon, and so I was like, well, maybe I'll just use some screenshots here and there of the truly horrific moments from that show. And there really are some truly horrific, not to sideline us, but there really are some truly horrifying moments in that comic where you're just like, this is oddly dark and really like morally incorrect. Like if this was in any other medium, you'd be like, this is disgusting. But it's in GoBots.
GoBots, yay!
It's so weird.
Give me 1 second, sorry. Oh, someone said Mrs. Tryon names FNAF characters.
FNAF characters? She'd probably just name them based off of what animal.
Fuck, she'd be right.
I was gonna say, is that far
But that
off?
also might be funnier. If she like fucking didn't.
Wait, hold on. Is that a book fair?
Yeah.
Stand behind you? See, that's the thing I don't get. I guess it is baby's first horror. If it's at the book fair.
Yeah, it really is baby's first horror. But I love it for the love of the game. And it's like, it could be a good idea. Like, I like it.
No,
I like it for the potential.
I've never looked at FNAF. I've never looked at FNAF and been like, oh, this is stupid. I've just looked at it and been like, I don't get it. But there's lots of things I don't get. So.
We should talk about Skybound. I like how we suddenly started talking about GoBots out of nowhere. Was it out of nowhere?
Are they not intrinsically tied together in some way? I don't know.
Technically.
Nerd emoji pointing finger up. I've put together a little scene for us. Oop, no, there it is. I put together a little scene for us. I'm also gonna be streaming my screen to you, Delta, just so you can see it without the delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we are.
We just did over on the Teletran Tapes podcast, we just did a live stream for issue 24, and I forgot I had the comic on camera, and I was flipping through it, and I forgot to stream it to our other hosts. And so they were watching the delayed version. And so after it, I was like, why were you taking so long to explain what was happening? And they're like, well, you weren't turning the pages. It's like, dude, there's like a 15-second delay. And they're like, oh.
They didn't know about stream delay?
Well, I didn't communicate to them properly. So really it was my issue. My problem. But anyways.
So I guess let me start recording, because I might chop this into a video. I might not, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome. Fuck. What's good, internet? Jake here, dumb as ever. I'm here with my best friend Delta Tryon, and here's a mission statement of today's video / stream. We are gonna go through our favorite moments from Transformers 1 to 24. And kind of talk about the series as a whole, and talk about these moments and what they mean to us, all that type of cool stuff. It's definitely just a celebration of issues 1 to 24 of a comic book we both really, really like. Delta Tryon, introduce yourself to the chat and, in the video for anyone who might not know you.
I'm Delta Tryon. I make videos primarily covering the Skybound Transformers comics. I make videos on some other Transformers sections here and there, and I do videos on comics elsewhere on YouTube, but for the most part, I just cover the Skybound comics. And you asked me to hop in this stream, that way we could look through some of my favorite moments, and as soon as I sent you the list of my favorite moments, like 5 minutes, and I was like, wait, there's also this moment, and this moment, and I thought, I'm probably just going to have to give a disclaimer. That way people aren't like, ugh, I can't believe Delta forgot this. I didn't forget it. I mean, I did forget
Brother.
it. I just didn't think about it at the time.
Brother, I put in about twice, if not 3 times the amount of moments that you gave me. So we're going to have plenty to talk.
Very vague. Yeah, I wasn't sure how long we would have. The point is, it's a good problem to have that there's so much good in this comic that you start to forget.
Yeah.
Because it all is just one big good product.
There's so much. What's up, Potato Man? What's up, the Jurassic Junkie? Can I just say, before we even get into DWJ's Transformers, the intro of... Okay, Potato Man, awesome. I love when people hop in chat and then they just, spam. You're gone forever. Get out of my face.
He wants to be known.
The Void Rivals #1, when God stop spamming.
Oh yeah.
Someone else started spamming, man. Come on. What is wrong with you?
Don't test him, Mandy.
I'm putting you in 30 minutes because you were being normal before. So come back to being 30 minutes and be less annoying, please. But Void Rivals #1, when Jetfire appears, that blew my mind, man. That was such a cool moment, and such a cool intro to not only the universe, but Transformers as well. Because, as we know, Jetfire plays a big part in issue 1 when he shows up. So it's like a prologue to issue 1, essentially, if even that. But it just, the way they set everything up was so brilliant to me. And, I gotta give them kudos for that.
My question is, were you aware going into Void Rivals that Jetfire was going to be it, or did you just happen to pick up Void Rivals to read?
So here's the funny thing. I was going to read Void Rivals no matter what, because Robert Kirkman, I love The Walking Dead, I like Invincible, I like all of his stuff. He's for me, he's top 5 comic book writers. I was going to get it no matter what, but I was in a comic book Discord server, and they posted, someone, a comic book store owner or someone like that had posted the final pages that reveal the Energon universe and stuff like that, So I knew that it was a part of this Energon universe. I don't think I knew that Jetfire would appear. I don't think I knew how it happens, because I wouldn't want to spoil myself on that. But I did know that Void Rivals was secretly tied to Transformers in some way, because Energon. I mean, that was like a very basic term to know.
Yeah, I do think it's funny looking back on it now. A lot of people talk about just how much of just like a mic drop it was that Jetfire showed up. And this is the way with everything on the internet. There's two camps. There's the people that did not know, and there's the people that 6 months before Void Rivals came out, when it was first shown off, the first poster was of Jetfire because they had to market it. And so it's this weird like middle ground of, for me it was like, well, yeah, duh, he's in it. But then I hear from other people like, I had no idea, and I was like, that's really interesting. That's
You're
really
saying
cool
they showed Jetfire before the comic book came out?
Yeah, San Diego Comic-Con.
What?
They showed it off.
Okay, I need to look that up.
Well, I mean,
I feel like that would come across my desk.
It's strange because we're also seeing it now. Issue 24 had not released, and we were seeing issue 25 stuff, which technically kind of spoils.
Sure.
And I think that's just the way it goes when it comes to marketing comics, is you kind of got to get it out the door.
Yeah, because they have all this stuff where comic book stores need to like order it months in advance and stuff like that. So yeah, I understand it. And I personally, I don't really mind the like minor 3-page spoilers. They're not spoiling anything gigantic.
And I think realistically, people like you and I will see that that comes across our desk, as you said. But for the average reader of the comic book, they're not going to see it.
99% are not going to know about.
Yeah, they're not looking every day on news sites to be like, is the preview up? They're just going to get the comic the day of.
Did you read any Daniel Warren Johnson stuff before you started reading Transformers?
Nope, not a thing. In fact, I was not even a comic book guy.
What? Not a comic book at all?
Well,
any childhood?
Growing up, there was one comic series I read.
Reconstructors, I know.
No, it was the better Reconstructors.
Bionicle has a great selection of comic books. I love the Bionicle.
I used to have a Bionicle channel years ago. Over 10
you bastard!
Years ago.
You and all your channels.
Yeah, Delta Tryon always has more channels. So those were the comics I read growing up, but comics were just never really a thing in my household.
Interesting.
We weren't against them. We didn't really have any. I did read through IDW and IDW 2.0 and the Marvel comics later in life, when they were, for the most part, wrapped up.
Yeah.
I think I started reading IDW in its last 2 years. But it wasn't until issue 5 of Skybound that I actually started reading it. Because my buddy, who did not grow up with Transformers, I had gotten him into Transformers when Siege came out.
Great entry point.
And so Siege is like his baby. He loves it. He knows that the show itself has some issues, but he doesn't care. Which is fine.
that is a small but vocal minority of the fandom, is the Siege fans.
Yes, yeah. But he kept pestering me. He's like, "You got to read it," and I'm like,
You're like, bro, you like Siege? I don't know.
Yeah. I just finished my second read through of IDW, which is just a month.
You had read IDW twice before you started Skybound Transform. Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool.
I know, very sad.
No, I'm surprised. I would think if you're reading IDW like that, you would jump right on a new Transformers comic. That's interesting. You and I, we think different.
It was an interesting time.
We got different brains, I think.
Yeah, no, but I read it and I was like, this is amazing. That really opened the door not just to Daniel Warren Johnson's work, but to comics in general.
Yeah.
In fact, now that I collect comics of all sorts, is all because of the series.
Yeah, I had heard of Daniel Warren Johnson before, but I had never read anything he made. I mean, I knew Murder Falcon, and I knew Do a Powerbomb were really like celebrated comics, so I knew enough about him to be excited that he was on the team. I also really like his art style just from everything I had seen. And this cover especially, this is such a good first cover. All the covers are really good. When I was grabbing all my snips, it was like, damn, they kill it cover after cover, but I absolutely love this cover with Mike Spicer's colors, and just genuinely a great starting point, which is why I included it. Do you want to start getting into the moments? I have quite a few. I've got like over 50, I think.
No, jump in, because I'm sure no matter how many we go through, somebody's going to be upset that we missed something.
Sure.
Which is totally fair.
A few chat messages. It was a fun surprise. Spoiler, the comic's biggest sin is killing Reflector. That is a funny comment, because I saw someone on Twitter legitimately upset with the comic that Carnivac got killed. They were really upset that Carnivac got killed. It's like, bro, you're one of 4 people in the continental United States that gives a shit about Carnivac. Like, or about at least the character of Carnivac. It's like, bro,
I remember the outrage over that.
It's like, bro, you're lucky it was in the comic at all. but whatever. Sorry to all 5 Carnivac fans. Sometimes I either see previews for curiosity, or sometimes I just don't want to spoil myself. Mostly it's the second option nowadays. Yeah, at this point I know I'm going to get a Transformers comic when it comes out, so I don't really even look for previews. I'm not, like, when it's time for Transformers, I'm like, yay, Transformers. And then I stop thinking about it.
Yes.
DWJ's covers go hard. It's really funny that his initials are Daniel Warren Johnson, and Derek J. Wyatt from Transformers Animated is such a big name.
Yeah, I always get it mixed up. When I'm recording my audio, I'll constantly swap them, and I'm like, why am I swapping this? It always gets...
It's really funny they both have like the same initials mixed up, and they're so influential to the Transformers fandom. So yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of fun, but let's get into the moments. This is a Delta Trion special right here. This is Bumblebee getting fucking obliterated by Starscream. Reading this panel was so crazy. Because I know you said you started with issue 5. I started with issue 1, so like I've been here for the whole ride, and him starting off with this shit is such like a good tone setter for the comic book. Like it's an encapsulation of the comic book in a way. Just the surprising violence, it's so good.
Yeah. And I should clarify, I didn't start with issue 5. I started when issue 5 had came out. And so I did start with issue 1.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good.
I know what you mean.
Still to this day, and I mean, I just, like, maybe 3 weeks ago uploaded a video about Bumblebee's death again, because we can always talk about it.
Oh, yes.
Still to this day, I understand why people read this first issue and were like, no, this isn't for me. I totally get that. That's 100% understandable. I still to this day cannot fathom the people who read this first issue and were like, there was no reason for that. It's pointless. It's a purposeless death. I'm like, dude, did you not read the page? This is the catalyst to everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dark and it's harsh, and it's there's a shock value to it, but not all shock value is cheap. This is used for a good reason.
Yeah.
And I think it's amazing that it'll stand the time, I think, in Transformers history.
Yeah, and the encapsulating this moment with the rest of the comic book series, if you get to the end, it's like they pay this off in such a good way, in such a emotional way, that it's like, damn, you can't be... I mean, I was never mad. I did not give a shit. I thought it was like crazy and cool. This is kind of what I want. Yeah, it's something different. That is a great way to put it. It's something different from all the other Transformers stuff we were getting at the time. Yes, it has G1 design. I know some people really hate the G1 designs being used.
I really hate that. Yeah.
Which I don't. I've got a lot of opinions on the people that read this.
G1ers.
Not even G1ers. People who hate G1ers as well. Like, I don't know. It's a whole complicated issue, but this death definitely did spark a lot of, I wouldn't say outrage, but discussion. Some outrage from some people I have seen, but
as it should have, yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a shocking death for sure, but that doesn't mean it's pointless. And I think a lot of people read it and said this is just a pointless, mindless, violent comic, and it's like
They're trying to be edgy.
Yeah, edgy is a word I've seen.
As if 13 years of IDW wasn't edgy.
yeah, yeah. Oh, hey, we have a fucking guy eating his own brain.
Yeah, we're gonna have a guy who has a human baby in his chest.
And I like IDW. I like what I have read. I'm just being silly. Don't get mad, IDW people. We can laugh at the comic we like. But yeah, this scene so important to me in so many ways. So I'm glad you included. It was gonna get included no matter what. I mean, how could we not?
Oh yeah, I knew.
But the next scene I wanted to show off was the action of issue 1. This is another thing where I was like, this might be the perfect comic book for me. Because I'm not a wrestling guy. I don't know anything about wrestling. Like, I know there's this guy called Super Eye Patch Wolf that makes videos. I know whatever he has said about wrestling. But I don't know the moves, and I don't really care. But seeing robots fight like this, like so dynamically, the art is so good. I love the way Optimus just like goes back. I don't even know what it's called, but he goes backwards and he slams Starscream in the ground. It's so cool. And I just had never seen fighting like this from Transformers.
Yeah, there's a fluidity to them, even though they're squared and blocky, which is so awesome. And I don't know wrestling either. Everything I know about wrestling, which is very little, comes from my wife, because she's the big wrestling fan. And so reading through this comic, I'm constantly turning to her, be like, what's this move called? And she's like, oh, that's this guy's move, blah blah blah. But yeah, I think it's just, we've never seen anything like this when this first came out 2 years ago.
Yeah.
We've never seen Transformers wrestle, but you kind of think about it and you think, well, yeah, how else would they be fighting?
Like, should they know Kung Fu?
They're hitting each other. Yeah, let's, they'd be throwing each other around. Yeah. They want to kill each other.
This opened my eyes in a similar way as Transformers 1, when that final battle between Optimus and all the Decepticons, and how they include transformation a lot in that battle. And it's like, wow, why have we not been getting this the entire freaking time? Like, this makes so much more sense than them transforming into robots fighting only as robots. Like, mix it up, man. I think of the ROTF Force battle, where it's like Optimus and Grindor and Megatron and Starscream all fighting, and none of them transform at all. And rewatching it, that's all I think about when I watch it. It's still an awesome scene. The CGI is amazing, but but it's like, it lacks creativity also in my mind now.
Yeah, it's similar also with IDW in a way. Again, still a great series, but there's a point where you kind of reading it and you're like, wait, I don't think anybody's transformed in the last 40 issues. And so it's something so simple, but to see Daniel Warren Johnson use it like as a almost like you were playing an old school fighter, and that's one of your abilities is to transform and hit somebody, and you're like, oh yeah, that is a good idea. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, and I will say Devastation, that video game, actually does that a lot.
True, yeah.
But that's a video game that did not get played by many people, to my knowledge. Or it should have been played by
Daniel
more.
Warren Johnson probably did.
Yeah. Even though similar stuff, like, I'm pretty sure Optimus transforms into a truck and hits somebody at some point in this comic. So, yeah, it just, the dynamic action is so good. Let me read some comments here. DWJ's covers go so hard. I'm one of 3 Reflector fans. Also, yeah, the covers are spectacular. Every single one of them, including the variants. The scene will be iconic. I think they're talking about Bumblebee. The action in this comic is peak.
Oh, yeah.
That's a suplex. Yeah, suplex. Oh, Mrs. Tryon. What the hell?
There she is.
I didn't know. I did not know Mrs. Tryon had a. I'm just gonna make her a moderator.
She has videos. Mrs. Tryon has videos on her channel too, where she tries to transform toys while I'm in the background.
Bruh, I'm gonna throw that on stream.
You should. I don't think I've ever actually talked about it on my channel. Sorry, honey.
Bruh, fake husband. Here's one I added in. This is Starscream killing Carly's dad. This was another crazy moment for me.
Yes.
don't know the last time I've seen a Transformer kill a human. The only thing I can think of is Age of Extinction, when Optimus just obliterates
T.J.
that guy. Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking of T.J. Miller when he gets disintegrated.
Yeah, that too.
And Bumblebee when they pop in Bumblebee. That was really weird.
Oh yeah,
I
forgot about that.
I remember seeing Bumblebee. Didn't it come out around Christmas time?
Yeah, like November of 2018, maybe.
Yeah, I saw that movie alone in theaters. I decided to go by myself and watch. I was like, I wasn't involved in the Transformers scene as much as I had used to at the time. I remember going and seeing it, and there was like me and maybe 2 other families watching it, and they pop that human, and I just remember looking at it being like, "What did I just see? What was that? I like it, but it really caught me off guard."
Yeah, and honestly, if you told me humans die in this comic, I would have expected something similar, to be honest. But no, just straight crushes him to death, says he's so squishy, it's horrific. It's like, and especially it being Starscream doing it, it's like, okay, this like, when I first started reading issue 1, when anyone started reading issue 1, I don't think anyone was expecting Starscream to be such a maniac. He's like a proper maniac in this comic book. For good reasons.
And let's not forget this. Yeah, let's not forget this scene by the time we get to issue 24.
Yeah.
Let's keep this one in mind, because stuff's being said about him in 24. I'm like, hold on a second. Don't forget what happened in issue 1.
Someone said the security guard at the museum in Rise of the Beast.
Is there a security guard?
I guess so. Thank you for that fun fact. I genuinely do not remember that.
Rise of the Beast is the one I remember the least of.
I remember being disappointed by it, but we don't gotta talk about that. Yeah. The deer. Optimus steps on a deer.
Yes.
This is probably like issue 2, I think.
It is. Yeah.
This is, it's funny. Daniel Warren Johnson has admitted he used the Magic Square Light of Prime or whatever it is, Light of Peace Optimus Prime toy as reference. And the space around his head really gives it away to me for some scenes.
Yeah.
Like,
he's a pretty big boy.
Yeah. But this scene was, this is Iron Giant. This is just straight up Iron Giant. And I'm not saying that disparagingly. I like it. I love Iron Giant. I love it being applied to Optimus Prime, who in my mind is, very similar to Iron Giant in some ways. His peaceful nature. So I just love this scene. I love the way Daniel Warren Johnson draws Optimus Prime. He's able to get like so much emotion out of that character for having such a limited face. It's all eyes.
Yeah. Yeah. And something that's always really fun to see is to see these interior pages without any color or dialogue.
Yeah.
If you were to look at them like that when they're originally drawn, since Daniel Warren Johnson's not his own letterer, somebody else comes in and does that. Russ Wood. Even without dialogue and color, you can still pretty much get the exact emotions that's going on in the page, which is crazy because again, he's a robot.
Yeah.
So we don't really think about it that way. And I think this was such a brilliant move to have this in issue 2, right after issue 1 was so violent.
Yeah.
That you're just like, oh, it almost kind of leaves a pit in your stomach. Like, man, this is really violent.
Yeah.
And then you start issue 2 with more violence, but it's not violence in a directed way. It's an innocent mistake that happens, and it sets the tone for who Optimus is.
Yeah, I think it's really important because we know, like, the movie Optimus Prime is, like, kind of a bloodthirsty maniac. So you could totally assume this Optimus would be the same based on the first issue. But this scene really presents his character perfectly. Which, I love this scene. He did kill the deer, but he felt really bad about it. And speaking of the lettering in this book is phenomenal. I love the lettering. It's an underappreciated art, lettering.
Absolutely.
But like sound waves, speaking bubbles are the way they're yellow and blue like he is. Like, I love that. There's so many awesome little touches to the lettering in this book.
Yeah. It's really cool to see that Daniel Warren Johnson, was brought on to do Transformers, and he kind of brought his own people forward.
Mhm.
Russ Wooten, who does all of his lettering, and Mike Spicer, who does all of his coloring. And so it's really cool to see that,
Yeah.
Daniel Warren Johnson was selected to do this, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna bring my people along though because they know how I work. And both Russ and Spicer are amazing artists in their own right as well. They just do such a fantastic job. You would think, I think it's easy to think, oh, a letterer, all they do is draw the
Right.
letters. Well, in a way, yes, but this comic really shows off Russ Wooten's,
Mhm.
ability later on as we get into those effects.
And lettering, the way the word bubbles are arranged is a lot of the way you're looking at the comic book. Like, they guide you in a lot of ways on how to actually read
Yeah.
what you're looking at. Because I know a
Yeah.
lot of
And
people
I'll-
struggle with that for comic books, like knowing even how to read it.
Yes, right, the
Mm-hmm.
direction. And I'll even say this, not to get too much back into GoBots, but GoBots 2018 was drawn, colored, and lettered all by Tom Scioli, who's really good at two of those things. But his lettering, I'm not joking, there's panels where a good 80% of the panel is taken up by a speech bubble, and what they're saying is like 4 words. And you're like, what is this? What are you doing? Do you just not want to draw the rest of the scene? Anyways.
Maybe, shit. If I'm doing all that stuff, yeah, I might cut some corners.
It gets really bad at one point. It's really bad in some sections.
He kills a deer. Yes, Mrs. Triad. He kills a deer on accident, mind you.
He's very sorry.
He's like
about
so
it.
sorry. He
There is
builds a
point to it.
grave for this deer.
Mhm.
This is a Delta Trion requested panel. If you want to speak on it, this is Spike. I forget the instruction you gave was a bit vague, so I think this is what you were after.
Yeah, this is really kind of I would say the foundations of the comic. Issue 1 obviously was the setup, but this is really the foundations where we get to see some Megatron, who we're not going to see for a long time. But we really get to see that Optimus and Spike really, in many ways, they have nothing in common.
Yeah.
One's a giant robot from space, and one's a kid. But there's just this understanding that the two of these characters have over this idea of family. Something that Optimus, he understands the concept of. He maybe not know the word for it,
Yeah.
but he understands that concept. And it's that bottom right section of these 2 pages that really stick with me. Spike, that first panel, Spike is looking down at his feet. And then that third panel, Optimus just looks at the deer. I think it would have been so easy for a lesser artist or lesser creator to be like, well, I got to put dialogue in here. I got to have him explain everything. But you don't
Yes.
need it. You don't need it. You just need to give the reader the look. And that final panel of Optimus, it's very small, of him sitting there saying family, I think is probably one of the greatest pieces in this entire series, just because it encapsulates everything that's going to happen. And it also encapsulates where Optimus pulls his strength from and how he's able to do what he's able to do.
Yeah. That 4-panel stretch, I'm sorry about your friend, the yellow one, and then he looks at the dead deer who he caused to die, not on purpose, but on accident. It's so poignant. That is something I definitely wanted to bring up, is that this comic book does not hold your hand. It does not spoon feed you the correct answer to every moral situation. And as you go on, you see all these different points of views. We'll see Beachcomber, we'll see Megatron, of course, Elita 1. They all have different ideas on how to handle this conflict. And I think Megatron is definitely wrong, but Elita 1, Beachcomber, and Optimus Prime, they all have completely different ideas on how to deal with it, and I don't think any of them are wrong, but it doesn't tell you who's right, essentially.
Right.
It just lets you see what's happening. It gives you poignant moments like this that you can interpret on your own, but it doesn't hold your hand. Like, I grew up reading Ultimate Spider-Man, by Brian Michael Bendis, which is a comic book I very much enjoy still to this day. But Brian Michael Bendis likes to do these big pages where characters are just speaking, like word bubbles going up and down the entire length of the page. Sometimes a double page spread of just like two character heads talking in midair and just word bubbles surrounding them. So
we got to get the dialogue out.
Yeah. So I definitely grew up with maybe an over-explaining version of comic books, but Daniel Warren Johnson is such an artist, a storyteller, that like it all stands in a very different way from everything else. If that makes any sense. But
yeah, no, and you can see it through the rest of his stuff as well outside of Transformers. That there's moments that he understands. I don't need there to be dialogue here. I just need to let the reader connect with these characters on an emotional level and be able to look at them and to be able to connect, even though they're stylized in a way.
Yeah,
you can still look at them and be like, I understand what they're feeling, or I can at least connect with what they're feeling.
Yeah, and it's not like a comic book that's like explaining how everything works. Like, take Shredhead, for example. They put Shredhead together. They're not explaining what the Well of All Sparks is on the way. No, Blue Streak isn't like, what was this thing for again? And Alita Wynn starts explaining it. They just let it be, and you kind of have to solve it yourself. It's nice to have answers, don't get me wrong, on some stuff, but if every issue was all about the lore, then it's boring. It doesn't give you anything to hold on to. Which this is one of my gripes with the fandom at large, is that they sometimes feel like they want a checklist of characters to appear, and that's all they care about. They don't care about the story itself, which,
I think it's hard for people to remember that lore it supports a story. It is not the story.
Yeah.
I know I agree with it too. If they explain more things, I would have loved it, of course. But at the same time, not sitting there be like, hold on a second. How exactly does? No, it's okay. I'm here for the story. Let's move.
Yeah. And I am the guy that wants all that information. To be clear, I want to know the clan system. I want to know everything. But if that's not okay, am I still streaming? My whole
streaming.
Okay, cool. My whole YouTube and stuff might I don't know. It doesn't matter.
YouTube's coming for you again. It's algae rhythm.
No. I got a new specialized algae rhythm intro for my next video because of all the stupid.
August
stuff.
Yeah,
all that.
Yeah.
Who's Hosami?
Actually, I'm just now catching up.
OMG High Delta.
On the stream.
Yeah, I'm reading. Yeah, Bendis is a lot like Kirkman when it comes to characters yapping. I think Kirkman can also be guilty of this for sure. Not as bad as Kirkman in my opinion. But I can definitely see the resemblance. And it makes sense why I like Robert Kirkman as well. I love pizza. That's awesome, man. OMG, Alan Moore type writing. How many words can you fit on a page? Alan Moore is a interesting case.
He's in his own world. Yeah, he's.
Let the man.
Really
let him cook. That's what I say. Let him cook. I think the visual storytelling makes sense for DWJ. Dude is an artist and a writer second, so he is a lot more keen on showing rather than telling. That's fair. I feel like at this point it'd be hard to say he's an artist before a writer after all the stuff he's written.
Yeah.
Like, I think they kind of go hand in hand. Equally. Yeah. And he's even written stuff and not done I mean, for most of Transformers, it's all Jorge Corona. So.
Right. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, and there's very few. I'm trying to even think. There's only one comic book out of the 12 that he's worked on that he's only written. And even in that case, the art is directly inspired by his style. So.
Have you ever read anything else by Jorge Corona? Because his art, I forgot that they switched artists, and I was like,
Ain't No Grave is a really good one.
Ain't No Grave.
It's a western about a woman who is dying.
Mm-hmm.
She's like an outlaw, and this notorious outlaw, and she's dying, and she doesn't want to say goodbye to her family, so she goes on a quest to kill the Grim Reaper.
That's funny.
And it's a really good series. Jorge Corona has worked on. There's another series he's worked on that I'm blanking on, but Ain't No Grave is good because it's 100% Jorge Corona, and it's beautiful. It's just his style is amazing,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't remember the colorist on it, but it's really really good.
Yeah, that's cool. I need to check that. I ended up like just in love with Jorge Corona's version of the Transformers. The way he draws everything.
Mhm.
Like it was very similar to me to DWJ at first, but his facial expressions
Yeah,
especially are stand out to me. Like I think of
yeah,
Cliff. I know you and the Teletran tapes guys were talking about Cliff Jumper's ugly teeth and stuff, and I love
yeah.
that.
I love the way he draws teeth.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
love the ugliness of
yeah.
the faces. Like this, looking at it now, it's so obvious how much more clean it is for DWJ, even though it's still his messy sort of style. But
Hmm.
compared to Jorge Corona, I mean, Jorge, he hits a different type of stride.
Yeah, it's a different style, and yet they both work together really
Hmm.
well. Because I still to this day often forget where the trade-off happened in art, and I'll be talking about issue 8. I'm like, oh, Daniel Warren Johnson's so good here. People are like, that's Corona. I'm like, oh, I forgot it
Yeah,
again,
isn't it like just
just
at
because I think they're
7 they
both so good.
switch, like right after the first story arc?
6, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So DWJ did the first 6
yeah,
issues, and then he went off of art duties because he went to work on his next comic.
yeah. But I mean, oh, I was like upset, and I was like, "Damn, we're losing DWJ's art." And sometimes an art switch happens, and it like kind of kills the whole vibe for me. But
Mm-hmm.
Jorge just stepped in amazingly, and Mike Spicer's colors really helped it as well. Like Mike Spicer's colors
Yeah.
elevate everything. This scene I like because it's Cliff
Mm-hmm.
Jumper beating up Laserbeak, and I just thought it was cool as hell when I read it.
Yes, yeah.
Like the way he kicks the hell out of
Yeah.
his head, and
Again,
yeah,
the flow and the kind of curvature of these characters is just really cool to see.
yeah, it's just busting through the wall. Like so much of the comic book is it looks like G1, but so much of the action reminds me of the Bayverse movies, which I grew up with. Like I
Mm-hmm.
could totally see this happening in live action. Cliff Jumper
Yeah,
bursting through the wall
absolutely.
and taking out Laserbeak. I know. So I think we kind of have opposite opinions on this because I'm sure you've heard about the rumor of a Amazon show for Energon Universe happening,
Sure.
and you're kind of like,
Hmm.
at least last time I heard, you're kind of like, I would prefer they just do a whole new story. Are you still feeling that way?
Yeah, I've kind of softened on my view.
Mm-hmm.
Originally, my view ended up being a little too much gatekeeping. I understand that there are some people who just will not read a comic,
Yeah,
no matter how good
that's
it
my
is. And
main
so,
argument about the whole thing
yeah,
is that
and so the opportunity to have this for other people to experience in a TV show, because of that, I would be like, yeah, I do think that would be cool. That being said, still, I would say I would love another Transformers TV show. I would even be cool with something in the Energon universe, but I would love them to take the opportunity to tell a new story
right.
in it. Uh, but again, if they did do a 1-to-1, like, or as close to a 1-to-1 like what they did with Invincible, I'm not going to complain. I'm going to cover it on the channel. I'm going to love it. I'm going to
Yeah,
be jumping out of my seat, of
yeah.
course.
That I definitely am on the wavelength of a lot of people are just not going to pick up a comic book. So I mean, think about
Right.
Invincible. That comic was around for like 10 years before the show came out, and just catapulted that character into mainstream culture. He's getting a video game, a AAA video game now. So I mean, obviously people know of Transformers. I would say it's still a household name thanks to the movies and stuff. But
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's really hard to like read this epic comic book with this fantastic story, and you want to share it with your friends who just don't understand comic books, don't care to like the barrier to entry is so
Mhm.
high, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And there, like I said earlier, there's some people that just don't understand comic books. Like they don't understand how to read
Yes,
them,
yeah.
and like can't get a hang of it. So I think opening the story to more people. There's also the idea that they could expand the story, because that's exactly what they've done with Invincible. They've expanded it, they've remixed it. Kirkman did this with Walking Dead as well. I would expect similar to happen. Maybe not because it's so new, but I would kind of expect similar to happen with them remixing the story a little bit. But yeah, I just think a TV show based on this would actually blow my freaking mind. Especially if the art style is even a little bit close to what Daniel Warren Johnson can do. Because that'll be the make or break.
Yeah.
Is if the animation is good enough for this story. Because,
there's some pretty crazy things that are going on.
Yeah. And Invincible's alright. I know a lot of people make fun of it for the animation, but when it comes to the fight scenes and stuff, I think they do an alright job. I don't have as many complaints as some people do. But, yeah, cool. Cliff Jumper. We can move on. Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Man. Another great scene.
I think this is like issue 3 this happens. It's like everything feels like it should be ending an entire story arc, but it just happens through the comic book. Spike getting shot. This one just shocked me when I read it. I was like, damn. So many moments in this comic book that make me say damn. Yeah, I don't really.
Yeah, this is just such a great catalyst to bring Optimus and Sparky
together. Yeah, that's a good point.
This kind of shared responsibility over this boy. That it's a. I'll tell a quick story here.
Sure.
I always think to a comment that I got probably just about last month. Somebody who really did not like Skybound, which is I always encourage people. Hey, if you disagree with me or if you dislike something I like, let's talk about it. Let's discuss it.
It's not allowed in my house.
We may never agree with each other, and that's fine. But I just want to discuss it. And this commenter was legitimately furious that Skybound, these comics were trying to give off this idea that Optimus could be a father to a human. He was like, "This is disgusting. This is wrong." And I'm like, I don't think you're understanding the point here. It's that Spike does not have a dad right now because Sparky is not in a great place, and for a lot of reasons. And Optimus kind of steps in to become that father figure, and they kind of have to help each other along the way. And this is, again, just such a great moment early on that has ramifications through the rest of the series.
Yeah. It is interesting because I think this like momentarily paralyzes Spike, and then he kind of just becomes unparalyzed after a while, right?
Yes, yeah.
I think you could criticize a comic book. Like some through lines are just like they kind of disappear, or they don't really get resolved.
That actually is, that is my biggest criticism of this comic, is that, especially in Volume 3, Spike is kind of left aside for other things to happen. And it is made up because he does come back in such a great way, and I kind of almost forgive it for that, but I still would have preferred maybe just a little more information on what was going on with him kind of in the Volume 3 area.
Yeah, for sure. I think there was so much going on volume. Like, I definitely... I mean, Daniel Warren Johnson has said this, like, he struggles to fit everything in the 22 pages required. And I dare ask, why can't we just make it longer? Why can't we just give them even more work? Give me more of my shiny toy. We do have some chat comments I should read. It took me a while to realize the art changed. They both have a wonderfully sketchy style. Yeah, definitely. Corona has great stuff. He's local, and I got to meet him at Free Comic Book Day and got TF9 signed. Awesome. I got a special of Ain't No Grave #1, for my local shop as well. Super nice guy. That's cool to hear. I want to meet Jorge Corona. Yeah, I got to Volume 2, and it took me a little bit to see the difference. When I read issue 7, I completely forgot. I was like, yay, Transformers. Highly recommend Middle West by Corona. That sounds familiar.
Oh, yeah, they all say The Me You Love in the Dark. That's one that's on my list to read as well. I forgot that he did that. I think it's just getting republished.
If they did,
That one's
oh, yeah.
a little spicy and a little
Oh,
adult.
I can't read it.
Children just be aware. Yeah.
Sorry, only
Some
superheroes
adult
and
themes in there.
robots for me, please.
Totally fair.
If they did an EU show, what I read that as Europe. If they did an Energon Universe
Everybody
show,
reads it as Europe.
would you want them to put TF Joe and maybe VR and all in one show, or many show specials? That's a hard question to answer, because Void Rivals is not gonna do the numbers that Transformers would do, and it wouldn't even do the numbers that G.I. Joe would do. I think G.I. Joe would not do the numbers Transformers would do, to be clear. I don't. So I think
agree.
I borderline think they all need to be wrapped into one, because I don't think anyone's gonna watch the other ones. But that's a pretty, that's my cynical viewpoint on it. I'd like all separate shows personally, because they're all separate comic books. It would make sense to me, but I would not mind if they at the very least mix G.I. Joe and Transformers. But realistically, I think they're just gonna do Transformers, and if it's big enough, they might wrap the other stuff in as well. But yeah.
Void Rivals really kind of stands on its own, even though it pulls from all three.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the other two in itself. It just does not. It's not a household name. It wouldn't be able to do it.
I think Void Rivals needs to come after a very successful Transformers show, and even then, it's like the opening intro to Void Rivals is to intro Transformers. So it's like, well, what do you do for the intro now? Do you still do Jetfire, and it's just like implied he goes to the Transformers show after, but Transformers came out first? I think there's definitely a lot of kinks to work out for the idea, but I'm interested to see what they do, what they go with. But I honestly think it's just going to be a Transformers show at the start. Optimus Prime had Megatron's arm fusion cannon. That is so true. Speaking of Optimus's arm, here he is ripping it off of his own body to beat the hell out of Skywarp with. Just another insane moment early on in the series.
These are the pages that I show people when they tell me that Skybound is just G1 regurgitated. I'm like, really? This?
Bro,
you sure
watch fucking G1 and come back and tell me that.
Yeah. I understand if you don't like the design. Sure, whatever. But are you sure about this? Are you really sure this was in G1? I don't remember this episode. And I don't know if you know, Danny Warren Johnson was talking at San Diego Comic-Con this year about some of the ideas that he originally pitched to Hasbro that they said no about his arm. Were you aware of those?
What, like, do you have an example of one of them?
Yes, yeah. He said originally in this scene, Optimus was going to rip Skywarp's head off and use his head and spine as like a swing around, which he has done before in one of his comics. He's already done that before, but he said Hasbro wasn't too keen on that. That they were fine with most of the death, but they were like, nah, that's a little too much.
Yeah, the deer.
Maybe not
going back to the deer for a second, he had to really fight for that deer scene. Apparently, like Hasbro was really not vibing with Optimus killing a deer.
Yeah. They're like, no way. He's like, trust me, it's gonna work. Real. But yeah, ripping Skywarp's head off and using it as a flail.
Yeah. You know, I mean, what they do to Skywarp is arguably worse than that. But that deer, it wasn't just like an argument. He was like, if they don't let me do the deer, I gotta walk away type shit. Like, he was so into that deer scene, and good on him, man. Good for fighting for your vision. Made the book 100 times better. In G1, Megatron and Optimus are baby slapping each other compared to this. Yeah, it's not G1, bro. It looks like G1, but this is Bay versus violence, and I don't think people understand that. I think this is a Delta Trion. You requested this one.
Yes, I mean, how could I not bring this up? You know, given what we get in issue 24.
Yeah.
I will always remember this specific scene mainly because that bottom right panel with Optimus and Sparky standing there, I used it as a thumbnail for a very early video. And for those who don't know, my thumbnail style is normally a very simple comic panel with one word in big text, and some of the characters are kind of in front of it
Yeah.
to a degree, just to give some
The
visual
classic
interest.
Delta Tryon
And-
style.
yeah, and I love the fact because in that in that video, Optimus is standing, and I have the thumbnail somewhere, right where the H is for the word mighty.
Uh-huh.
And so many people were commenting, this video is called Mingti? It's like, no, mighty. And they're like, Mingti?
Bruh.
I'm like, you guys are idiots. Come on, guys. But no, this is such a great scene. The page right before this, I forgot to mention, is great because we see Optimus
Yeah.
transform
For a kid, a sick child.
Yeah, for a sick child, which just, again, goes to show his character. But this is just such a simple scene. Daniel Warren Johnson and Jorge Corona does this in Extension, where they remove the background just for a color. And the way I've always read this, and everybody's going to read this differently, the way I've always read this is, in my head, if there's, some sound effects playing or some music playing, these moments with these blank backgrounds is like everything cuts out.
Yeah.
Stop everything else. The only thing that matters is what these two characters or how they're interacting. That's all that matters. And so it's a constant. And these two artists aren't the only people who do this. This is used all over comics. But it's just so.
I mean, it's a
poignant
good
here,
time-saving
and I
thing
always
as
love
well.
Yeah,
But
I always love the colors that they choose too. Just having that almost kind of
pinkish,
pink that is just such a cool color you don't normally see with Optimus, and seeing them stand next to each other is just so amazing. It is such an important piece.
Small but still mighty. That's like one of the quotes that
Mingti.
small but still Mingti.
Please.
That's one of the quotes
Yeah,
that if it does get a show, that's gonna be like, from Invincible, like "Hello Worm." Like people will just quote it. I feel like because it's just
They have to keep
it's a important part of the story. One thing I also want to highlight is the way they do transformations in the comic is really interesting. Like,
oh yeah,
some comics or TV shows especially will like do 1-to-1 transformation with a toy, but the way these guys transform, it's not quite Bayverse. It's like under their skin, everything's moving around almost, like all the gray under the like colored parts. That's how I always looked at it anyway, and I just think that's kind of cool. Like, especially the action scenes where they transform. Sometimes their like hand will be swiveled the wrong way as if it's like adjusting.
Yeah. It's just cool to see it midway through, kind of mid.
Yeah.
I would imagine as an artist that may seem scary at first, but thinking on it more, it's almost kind of freeing.
Yeah.
He's transforming. I can make him look however I want him to look.
Like his head's just sort of up here, and his head's coming out from where his windows are. It's cool. Everything about this comic, I like it so much.
Yeah.
But let's oh yes, this is Starscream and Soundwave ripping Skywarp apart to rebuild Teletran 1.
Yes. Classic family drama.
I'll tell you what, I did not understand what the hell was happening in this scene when I read it.
He was chewing at the dinner table with his mouth open.
Me when my dog poops in the hall. I don't know. I don't even know what
or when your dog eats something. What's in your mouth?
This scene, until they show Skywarp later, literally integrated into Teletran 1, I didn't really understand it. That's maybe my one other criticism of the series, is sometimes I don't really know what he's going for because he doesn't show it. It eventually gets revealed what's actually happening, but in the moment, like this issue, I don't think they even show him plugged into Teletran 1. So I was just like, why are they ripping him apart? I really didn't get it. But it's a very cool, in retrospect, it's like a really fucked up scene, them ripping him apart.
Yeah. I definitely think it shows off Soundwave's kind of his loyalties and what he is willing to do. Everybody's always like, oh, Soundwave's perfect. And he partakes in things.
Soundwave is an interesting character in this comic book because he's so attached to his cassette tapes, but he's also like vicious. Like he will do what needs to be done.
Yeah, he's almost a hypocrite. He's so loyal to some, but he's kind of almost unloyal to so many others, and it's interesting to see how I'm super happy that this scene alone, which I think would be easy to just throw away,
Mm-hmm.
does have ramifications way later in the series. I love the fact that they bring it back up because everybody will always tell me, "Hey, don't you remember in the G1 movie, Soundwave helps throw Megatron out." Yeah, I know. Whatever. That's just because he was there and they animated him to do that.
Yeah.
I like that there's ramifications to what he does.
Um.
He's not perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. And so much of this comic book is based around the Transformers movie. Uh, just because, I mean, I've listened to interviews with Daniel Warren Johnson, and he just talks about that as like the main thing that inspired him. That's why all the characters are G1. That's what That's what his childhood Transformers are. Is that movie essentially, and less so the original Sunbow cartoon.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think the way Soundwave acts in this show's, sorry, Jesus, in this comic book is really interesting and cool, and it's interesting because early on in the series, Spike is telling Optimus like what is mom, and later on, like issue 22, I want to say, Megatron uses the term father. So there's a little bit of inconsistency there, but
they checked eBay. They
They went to eBay. It's true. They learned English that way. We got to talk about this one. This is arguably the most iconic panel of the comic book.
Overrated.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about this. It's not like they make a million toys of this now.
Yeah, really. I'm waiting for the Hasbro version. I would not be mad if they remade Commander Optimus with this arm attachment, because they totally could.
At this point, they're going to be behind the KO companies who've already done.
Definitely, they're definitely behind at this point.
They're always behind that. But anyways.
But this scene was so incredibly cool. I wasn't expecting it at all. He looks badass, with that arm.
Mm-hmm.
I
think this will probably go down as the most recognizable scene of all of Skybound.
Yeah.
Just because I think it's a concept and an idea that just took really well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it's probably also what got a lot of people jumping into the comic when they saw this. Like, there's new Transformers, and they see this and like, whoa, hold on a second, I gotta read this. And then they jumped in and started, kind of taking part in the story.
Even when he says, "How do you feel about going on the offensive?" Just tough, bro. This is so tough.
It's such a iconic line.
Yeah.
It's such a what is it, like Avengers?
Yeah.
Even though there's not those characters, but just that line where you're like, he's gonna say the thing.
Like this is gonna be one of those quotes from Transformers that it's like all-timer quotes. But
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
great panel to read for the first time, and obviously the whole Megatron arm thing is a whole hullabaloo later on in the series, but god damn, it's cool. And what's the next? This one's yours, Optimus and Sparky talking. Which,
yeah, I think it's just again a continuation of what we already talked about with him being Mink Team, and I just really like the panel of Optimus kind of up at the top of this building looking out the window.
Yeah.
And I think the most important piece here is Optimus saying that he wishes he knew why there had to be so much violence. And this is kind of him admitting to the fact that maybe the violence never stops. Maybe this war, it just does go on forever. And he's kind of worried. This is where I bring my idea in that Optimus is younger here. I know he's still he's been fighting this war for forever, but he's still a younger character who is scared and is nervous, and he's not yet quite the Peter Cullen Optimus we know, who's altruistic and true and faithful in all ways. I kind of imagine him as a younger Peter Cullen who's like, well, I'm trying my best, but it's really tough right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's alluded to many times. He's recovered from a very violent past. Like, he used to be like Bayverse Optimus Prime is how I interpret it, where he's just mercilessly killing Decepticons. And, he's obviously changed. He even offers a hand of, like, let's join together to Soundwave towards the end of this first story arc. So he's definitely not that way, but he was. And that's really interesting. And I think there's also a line early on where he kind of implies that he was born when the war was going on or something like that. He never saw the golden age of Cybertron or something similar to that. I could be wrong, but I think all he knows is war, and it's kind of messed up, man.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah.
Especially when he meets up with Alita again, you really have to. It really tests like Optimus's character, because it's like, bro, you abandoned Cybertron. You have this peaceful mindset, but that shit just don't work. It's just not gonna work in this scenario. You can't not destroy your enemy because they're gonna destroy you. And he's like fighting against that in a way, which, I think we're. I don't know how I want to phrase this. I gotta temper my words correctly. I think we've like moved to a point in pop culture where people are like, I want Batman to kill Joker because that makes the most logical sense. And it's like, sure, if you don't want Joker to ever do anything evil again, yes, sure. That is the most logical endpoint, but that's not the point of the story.
Yeah, you don't understand the fundamental of the story.
Yeah.
Of course, killing him would fix the problem, but that's not what the story's about.
Yeah. So it's like, we've just become more harsh, I think. Like, definitely a byproduct of internet, like, consistent rage baiting every hour of the damn day. People are just mad, and, violence is an easy resort when you're mad. But that's not what these stories are about. They're not supposed to be. Right. They're supposed to be almost idealistic in a lot of ways. But that's something interesting I really like about this book, is that it really challenges a lot of stuff. Because there's parts where I'm like, God damn, Optimus Prime, like Cybertron's
just
dying. Yeah, like take him out, man.
Man, what's wrong?
And sometimes he does, like this panel where he blows Reflector away, absolutely obliterates him, slams Rumble or Frenzy, whoever you want to call him, onto the concrete. I'm pretty sure that kills him. I don't think
comical.
He shows up again.
Yeah.
Just this scene was fucking awesome.
It's so funny too. Just that little panel of him being like, "Uh-oh." Yeah. He's like, "Oh no." He knows what's
And
coming.
I love the way he built up Reflector jumping down and saying, "Get ready for ISO, instant satisfactory obliteration," and then he just instantly annihilated by Optimus.
He's basically actualing Optimus. And Optimus is like, no you.
No you.
It basically gets him with that. Yeah, and I can understand why some people may see this and they're like, no, I love these guys and they killed them off so early. I can understand that to a degree, but it's comics. Anybody can come back.
Bro,
this is not their
I'm
story.
sorry.
This is Optimus' story.
If you're crying about Reflector dying, you're lucky Reflector got such a cool death, if anything.
It's true, actually.
And I don't know if Frenzy or Rumble ever gets named in the series. If he's like actively decided one is Rumble and one is Frenzy. Because the annoying debate.
Yeah, they do. They mention Rumble later, and he's
okay. Rumble's a blue one. Yeah, that is what some people believe to be true. We should read some of the chat. Smiley Suburban. One of my favorite moments was the panel where Alita is screaming, "I need you." It's so powerful, and the fact it's white background like that. Only thing that matters is Optimus and Alita. Yep, that's definitely in the list we got here. Because that's a fantastic scene. I definitely agree. I adore the panel of Skywarp sipping his Energon margarita a few pages before this. Prime going through it. Diet Colonna. Why is Delta Tryon DMing me while also streaming here? SMH. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, it's because they're offering to sell me Transformer toys.
I
So
knew your attention was divided. I could tell. I could tell.
I'm also editing the.
What the
GoBots
hell is
video.
wrong with you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No. The GoBots video it requires my complete attention. It's insane. I'm very upset with myself with that video.
No, my son Reflector. Reflector is 3 guys usually, by the way. It's not usually one dude. It's 3 guys that form the camera. This is true. I am wheeling and dealing. This is a scene I included. I fucking love Starscream throwing up the devil horns while Devastator is attacking and saying, haha, kill, kill, kill. Like, just, this is definitely...
That along with Cliffjumper's flipping...
Yes, I forgot to include that one. That's a great one.
Yeah.
That became a meme.
Yeah, there's even a third-party kit, isn't there, for...
Oh, yes, I do think so.
Yeah, it's
that would require me to own Earthrise Cliffjumper, though, and that's not going to happen.
What? I have 2 copies.
I hate him. I want an 86 Bumblebee version of that of Cliffjumper. But yes, I fucking love the scene where he's throwing. This is just so Daniel Warren Johnson. You know, so much of his personality is in it with the wrestling moves and you know the song, all that stuff, but the haha kill 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 with the devil horns thrown up, like it makes no sense that he would be throwing up devil horns, but I don't care at all. It's awesome.
And I think it's important for people to realize that especially in this, not just the stomp stomp stomp, but the kind of crack behind Optimus and Starscream, that's done by Russ Wooten. That's not
really
Daniel Warren Johnson.
Oh
yeah, it's lettering.
Yeah,
so it's not Daniel Warren Johnson. Now he's obviously communicating with Russ Wooten and being like, hey, this is what I want here. And then Russ comes in and is like, here's how I'm going to elevate Johnson's work. So obviously they work together and they've known each other for many years, but any type of lettering.
So he did the stomp 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 as well. That man,
yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, you can find the original Daniel Warren Johnson pages, not for sale anymore, of course, in black and white, and some of that lettering is missing.
Yeah,
because Russ Wooten hadn't gotten to it.
That is interesting. That's cool. I didn't know that. He's editing too. Something is wrong with this guy. That's what I'm saying. Frenzy getting that free jaw extension surgery. I think he got free being dead surgery, actually. This scene is Sparky walking into the Matrix to revive Optimus.
Yes. I remember when this issue came
Crazy issue when it came out, because what the fuck? No.
Yeah, I remember people were upset by this.
Upset.
Like, that doesn't work.
Right. Okay.
That's not how it works.
Well,
I love it. I love in any franchise when fans are like that. I'm like, they get to do whatever they want to do.
Particularly with Transformers, saying that's not how it works is crazy.
Yeah. And I do think that this is where people started having issues with the fact that not everything is answered right away.
Right, yeah.
And that you really have to stick around. And I can understand that, because there are times, too, in the comic where I was frustrated. Like, I really need even just an acknowledgement of something. But it really is true that it pays off the longer you wait to get those answers. And looking back on it now, I kind of like the fact that we don't really know what happens to Sparky here. He goes in and somehow that reignites the Matrix, and we don't know how. And I do think if you're reading Void Rivals at the same time, then there's a bit of intrigue there as to, maybe this is how it works.
Yeah. Yeah, this whole issue confused the fuck out of me when I read. I mean, I wasn't mad about it. I was just like, this is I would never in my life imagine a human walking into the Matrix. So that's like, I'm seeing something.
But would you ever imagine Optimus with Megatron's arm?
That's true. I never imagined that. You got me there. But this especially, I mean, the thing is, you can wrap your head around Optimus having Megatron's arm.
That's true. Yeah.
You immediately understand what is going on. In this, so much is unspoken. Optimus doesn't even seem to question it. So it's like, I get why people were really confused. I was really confused, but I also didn't. I also didn't really get mad. I knew it was gonna lead to something, right? That you just need like the media literacy foresight to understand like they're not gonna talk about this again.
Yes, yeah. They will get to it.
Sorry. I'm being told that your audio's a little low.
Uh-oh.
I think I fixed it. I think I have fixed it.
Thanks, Discord.
But yeah, moving on. Oh, this part I fucking love. This is Devastator being flipped over by Optimus, crushing Starscream. The perfect end cap to this first 6 issues. Starscream being crushed by someone bigger than him. The perfect justice, karmic justice for him, who's been squishing a bunch of humans because they're smaller than him. Just love this scene.
Now, Jake, some people would ask, how is it possible that Optimus does this?
Momentum.
Realistically? And I think the answer to that is it looks cool.
Oh,
That's
yeah. Well, Delta Trion. I'm not someone who is looking for the realism. You know,
Good.
I know you're
Good.
referencing some weirdos on Twitter or something, but
I'm glad we can agree on
But,
that.
yeah,
no, it is. It's such a cool scene.
and I mean, I wasn't like, whoa, that's great. That's too crazy for me. Like, if he's running at him, he hits him from a correct point. Like, I feel like Daniel Warren Johnson was just using wrestler logic here. Smaller guy can probably do this to a bigger guy.
Absolutely.
God, issue 6 is amazing when it dropped, and even now, yeah, issue 6 is a banger. Brush Stranger, what's up? I love the scene. You know the song. Yeah, the fact they couldn't put the lyrics of the song is very funny. You can't even say "You got the touch, man." I wonder if something called to Sparky, like, how did he know he could walk in? Yeah, I think it's to be read as like a vibes situation. Like, I definitely agree. Something called to Sparky in that moment for him to walk into that, because why would he think to do that as well? I'm sure something about him in the Matrix, he just knew he could do it, or that's an implication anyway. And I guess the idea is his life force replenished the Matrix. Overall.
Yeah, and I think it's a callback to him watching Optimus use it to save humanity.
Right.
You know, he even says, I couldn't save my men, I couldn't save my boy. Maybe this is my chance to finally do something, and he's taking that leap of faith of, I don't really know what's going to happen to me or my life, but I'm now strong enough and brave enough to sacrifice myself no matter the cost.
Yeah.
To save the person who saved my son.
Yeah, definitely.
It was vibes.
It was vibes. The vibes were on.
Yeah. The vibes were peaking.
I just assumed Optimus could throw Devastator because a combination of momentum and the fact that the Matrix was just supercharged. Yeah, the Matrix recharging completely, definitely. He's definitely stronger when it's recharged. Or it's implied anyway, because he like rips Devastator's finger off as well. So he's definitely stronger than he was. But man, I love the look of anguish on Starscream's face. You fucker, you deserve that so bad. So good. I love a good karmic justice moment.
Sometimes you just need a bad guy to be a bad guy.
Yeah.
And at this moment he is.
He's horrifically bad. It's a great scene. I love being confused and left with questions. Yeah. Yes, make me more confused, please. More confusion. Okay, this is switching to Corona's art. And God, the colors in this scene are just incredible. I love the blue, although like entirely blue here. It just reminds me of like, honestly, old Marvel Transformers comics. Just that style of coloring where they do, one color on the other, almost for simplicity's sake, probably back then. But here it's way more artistic choice. And the way he draws Soundwave and Starscream, like, golly, this was such a great scene. You kick my Ravage as well. I think that's when we really keyed in that he really cares about Ravage more than Soundwave usually seems to do. Yeah, anybody else, and more than his G1 counterpart, anyway.
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well seeing this because I feel like a lot of people, when they reference the brutality of this series, the sheer violence, they always mention Daniel Warren Johnson's art, but almost in a way, Jorge Corona has a bit more of a cartoony look to his characters, and yet Jorge Corona is the one who draws the bulk of the violence in here. I mean, come on, he's getting his spark ripped, or he's getting something ripped out of his chest. His eye is missing.
Yeah.
He's getting. This is really brutal. I think Jorge Corona.
I feel like they fall
he nails
apart
that
a lot
brutality.
more. Corona's version, like they're a lot like the Bayverse Transformers, where they just rip into each other and pull stuff out.
Pieces falling off. Yeah,
and
random little.
with the way he makes his face is so expressive. Like Starscream's face
teeth.
down here, like it's so good. DWJ is amazing, but I think I really became a Corona fan with the series, and scenes like this are definitely part of it. Just golly, the colors.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cool.
I will always love Danny Warren Johnson's art, but I do think that Corona has the definitive look for this series.
I agree.
That's also easier to say because there's more of his work, but I do think that he has overall the best tone.
He earned it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
This is a scene that I thought you requested, but I put it in. Or I said it was me in my little thing.
Oh yeah.
But I think you requested it.
The depression scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I put this whole thing in is because I feel like this is such a great scene with fantastic dialogue. All of it can be summed up with those last two panels.
Yeah.
Of Cliff Jumper just with his head bowed, and then Spike putting his hand on his shoulder. All of it can be summed up by that. It's just such an important moment for Cliff Jumper and Carly to go through in their relationship, because I think you yourself as the reader are in a way kind of upset with Cliff Jumper too. You understand, but you're also kind of upset. You're like, yeah, why would you do this?
Yeah.
Like, I get it, but why would you do that? I wouldn't do that. And so you're kind of torn between being on Carly's side or on Cliff Jumper's side. And the fact that Spike doesn't say anything to console Cliff is really powerful, because it's almost like there's really nothing to be said.
Yeah.
It's a bad situation no matter how you cut it.
Yeah. I mean, Spike tries at first, but Carly's a very strong-willed character.
I mean, he just got paralyzed.
Yeah.
So he's having a hard time too. He's probably like, my life's pretty tough too.
But yeah, I didn't include it because I completely forgot. But Cliff Jumper not killing Starscream is just reading it. I was like, yes, this is delicious. This will cause drama. This will cause conflicts between these characters because, obviously. And Carly, after the scene goes to, I mean, she was already going on like a kind of hardened route with her family being dead and all that.
Yes.
But, this is another aspect to her becoming more angry and violent as the series goes on. Or, struggling with all the death and stuff and how she deals with it. But, I hate that she's mean to Cliff Jumper, but I understand. He's so adorable. He takes a little thing out of his body.
Ears.
In that panel right here. Yeah.
He's probably not even sure what it is. He's like, I think it's soda or something. Yeah, I always see it. When Corona draws Cliff Jumper, I always see his horns as little ears.
Yeah.
And he reminds me of one of my dogs. I've got a Chihuahua. And it's just his little ears poking up. Like, oh, it's so sad.
Yeah.
Poor little guy.
Yeah, I love the Cliff Jumper. As a character, has become a bit of a meme for how often he dies in series.
Yeah.
And I love that he got the spotlight over Bumblebee here, because I for one, have always liked Cliff Jumper a little bit more. I just like Red, and I thought his car mode is cooler. But
I like him more.
Just him getting all this spotlight, and the fact that throughout the series, there's so many times he could have been, killed off, and he just doesn't die. Like, it almost seems intentional.
Almost Daniel Warren Johnson is flipping off the fans. Like, he always dies. He's like, not today.
Yeah.
And can I say a quick rant?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have heard so many people go against Daniel Warren Johnson because DWJ said that one of the reasons, not the
Yeah.
only, one of the reasons that he picked Cliffjumper was he didn't want to draw Bumblebee's round body. And everybody says they're the same design. That's not true. Daniel Warren Johnson has shown off his Bumblebee design, and they are not the same.
Yeah.
So leave him alone. Let Bumblebee be dead.
Bumblebee looks, yeah,
Give us
he looks
Cliffjumper.
notably different from Cliffjumper.
Yes.
Like his face
Yeah,
is
he's a
just
round, tubby boy.
shaped different.
Mhm.
But yeah, this was a great scene. Oh god.
This comic is can be really
yeah, this scene is so sad. So this is the infamous Jetfire scene where Jetfire is not quite dead. He's not quite alive. He's sort of disabled in a way,
the
or
husk.
yeah, just like it's interesting. This was not supposed to be how it went, but Hasbro didn't want Jetfire to be dead and them using his body, so he's sort of half alive, which is arguably much more horrific.
Yeah, I think it's.
But it's like it makes for this great storytelling moment where Jetfire is so upset. Like it's such a sad scene. No, wait, please don't leave. It's so dark. Please, like, god damn, bro.
That he can't see the stars.
I can't see the stars. Yeah. Like, man, this is such a sad scene. Sorry, this is random. I will be right back. I need to walk my dog because he needs to pee. Could you potentially vamp
I'll keep talking.
with the audience? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. This scene is. I think a lot of people, in general, look at Skybound as an overwhelmingly sad and overwhelmingly dark comic, and there is a lot of dark and there is a lot of sad. I think, just as people, as humans, especially in the time that we live in, it's easy to hyperfixate on the dark, on the sadness, on the gruesomeness, and say that that's it. This comic does have moments of light and of goodness. Earlier on, not so much, but that's a storytelling aspect because the Autobots are on the back foot, and Daniel Warren Johnson is trying to show us that the Autobots they're held up. They're not the top dogs at the moment. This scene in particular, I think, does a great job once again showing us an Optimus who is conflicted and who doesn't necessarily always do the right thing. Whether or not bringing Jetfire back in the state is, the right thing or not, Danny Warren Johnson kind of leaves that up to the reader, which he does a lot in his series. And I like that because what you get is an Optimus who's conflicted and who's made maybe a decision that's right tactically, but maybe not morally, and maybe not correct for the family. And so you're putting him in this situation where he has to make these hard decisions. He has to do the things that nobody else is willing to do. And it also brings in an aspect between Ratchet and him. Because Ratchet and him they're not getting along at this moment in the comic. They've got a lot of differences in their minds. And so having Optimus already having so many issues, he's got the Megatron arm, which is affecting him, which we'll see much later in the series. But then to have his good friend Jetfire, who he saw die. Optimus cradled Jetfire as he died. And Jetfire, apologized to Optimus for not being able to do his job. And Optimus was like, no. This is almost, you got to think this is almost Optimus trying to fix that. Oh, I can bring Jetfire back. I can bring him back. I can fix my friend's death. But he can't really fix his friend's death. He can only somewhat kind of in a pseudo way bring him back. And there's consequences to that. And the consequences that Optimus is put under pressure again. That's what this whole series is putting Optimus under pressure, Brush says the Autobots are the perpetual underdogs. I think Optimus pushes too much. He wants to resolve the Decepticon threat as soon as possible. It's true, yeah, Optimus is pushing forward. And it usually leads to them losing the advantage and good people. I wonder if they'll bring back the Decepticon uncrippling machine, and it can fix Jetfire. It's possible. Daniel Warren Johnson has stated many times that it's the comics industry. Characters are going to be brought back, but that he would not, which I really appreciate that. And I've said this many times on my own channel and in other streams. I truly, fundamentally believe that if characters like Jetfire or even Bumblebee are brought back in the future of this comic, that does not undo the meaning of their death beforehand. It doesn't. It's a new writer. It's a kind of a continuation of the same story, obviously, but changing something in the future doesn't retroactively undo it, unless it was Bumblebee dies in issue 1 and then issue 3 comes right back. At that point, you'd be like, oh, okay, we don't have to worry. Enough time has passed that the effects have been felt. That being said, I don't think there's a need to bring back Bumblebee anytime soon. Jetfire is obviously still out there. Spoilers, I guess, but the artwork as well on these pages. Optimus with the light shining down over him. You can't really see his eyes. There's just this kind of a shadow cast over him. That bottom left panel as well with Optimus's eyes drooping down is just so sad. Optimus is walking away from Jetfire, not because he doesn't like Jetfire, but because he's so ashamed of the situation. He's so heartbroken that he doesn't know what to do. And this shows us how human Optimus can be in these moments. The fact that he doesn't know how to handle this situation, and so he walks away. I think a lot of us do that in situations whether it be an argument or a huge disagreement or someone's extremely upset with you. The easiest thing to do sometimes in your mind is to just walk away. Well, I'll just walk away and it'll resolve itself. But Jetfire asks him to stay, and he just sits next to him, clasping his hands together to sit with him. It's heartbreaking, but it's so good. I think if a character comes back, they need to be remade like Bee into Goldbug. That way there's something new and interesting for them to bring back. I go back and forth on that, Brush. I see a lot of people saying we need Goldbug. I honestly don't think Goldbug is a well-known enough rendition of Bumblebee, and we haven't used Bumblebee in the series much, but that's to each their own. I only want Bumblebee back if they let him swear. I want Bumblebee to be like a rabid chihuahua. It would be funny. I don't know if it would really fit in this series, but that's definitely an interesting take. Yeah. Yeah. And something else I'm just thinking about looking at this here, Jake is right that this was originally not the plan for the series, but Hasbro kind of mandated this. It's interesting to see how Johnson is able to use this dilemma in his storytelling that he has to have Jetfire survive in this way. How he's able to use that in issue 13 and 14. I believe it's actually just 13, where we get to see that Jetfire loves looking at the stars. He's able to kind of take that through line and continue it out into the origins of Jetfire to show that he does love the stars. He has a mission, of course, to find a source of power for Cybertron, which is almost a little bit ironic that he leaves the Void Rivals universe behind, given that there's probably a decent amount of power there. Well, actually, I guess not, now that I think of it.
I have returned.
That wouldn't have worked out.
Thank you.
There he is.
Thank you for vamping for me.
Yeah, we're just crying about this scene.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking. he really cooked on this shit, despite even not meaning to in the first place.
Yeah. Even when his hands are tied, he cooks.
The scene is like him being alive still is interesting to me. Eventually he crashes in the ocean later on in maybe the same issue, and he like disappears for a while, but they bring him back, which I didn't even realize. I think I missed that panel or something, but when I was looking through and getting all the snips, I saw that. And I don't here's the thing, issue 23 with the My Beautiful Boy, that whole scene, Jetfire appears. Him and Ratchet and Bumblebee appear. And that was interesting to me because Jetfire isn't like dead. but he kind of
Sure.
is. But I just wonder if
Yeah.
like DWJ wrote that scene or had that scene in mind beforehand, and like this whole snafu with them not letting him use Jetfire's body kind of made it a little bit weird. I mean, Jetfire is in essence like, he's kind of gone. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting that Jetfire is one of the people Optimus sees.
I think it's most likely a direct line back to issue 1 where Jetfire dies in Optimus's arms.
Right. Yeah.
And so because of that, Optimus feels guilty, and I think we see that here, that Optimus almost feels as if there's a way he can rectify that by bringing Jetfire back. And when he says, "I cannot see the stars anymore," Optimus starts to walk away.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of us would do that in extremely difficult situations where we're like, I can't deal with this, I just need to walk away. And so I think in a way, yeah, Jetfire is alive, but Optimus still feels the overwhelming weight of responsibility for his death, even though he is to some degree still alive.
Yeah. It's a weird, interesting, fucked up situation that almost feels like it would be something like an IDW. I could just totally imagine a character that's like trapped in their alt mode or something, because there's so much like body horror and stuff in IDW. But yeah, it's crazy it ended up here, and this is how it panned out. Because I mean, they could have just used his body, and it'd be like, all right, they're using his body, but no, it turns into this like fucked up situation. It's really good. We should move on.
We still got to sell the toy.
This is Shockwave's entrance. Shockwave he is probably still the scariest character in the series to me for how fucked up and evil he is. Megatron at least Megatron is just as fucked up and evil, but he seems to have like some sort of code. Yeah, some sort of code of honor or something like that. But Shockwave is just absolutely crazy mad scientist. And I like that he displays emotion. I think some people think that Shockwave is not allowed to display emotion, but DWJ really wrote him as like a proper mad scientist. And yeah, I just love Optimus's expression when he sees him. And I really liked how Jorge Corona drew Shockwave, because he's really chunky. He's like quite a chunky character in the comic book, which, the original toy of Shockwave is quite kind of skinny and weird looking.
Yeah, and he is drawn skinnier in Void Rivals when he first shows up. So I was glad that Jorge Corona kind of was able to chunkify him.
Yeah, I really liked when he showed up in Void Rivals as well. Just like, I was not expecting that. It's kind of like a surprise page turn reveal when he shows up. And I like that, but I really, really like how he draws him here. And I don't know if I grabbed a snip of it, but there is a moment where Shockwave, like, I don't know the wrestling move, but he just slams Optimus on his head or something like that. A suplex or something. Yeah. And then I was like, damn, I've never seen Shockwave do any shit like this before.
Yeah. The fact that he calls Optimus a whelp at one point. I love the fact that I agree that he does have emotions, that he's just purely evil. Yeah. There's nothing more to it. He's just a bad guy, and that's great. He's the baddest of them.
Yeah, and I got some examples of that coming up for sure. But first, Beachcomber! Hey. Yes, I love the scene where he falls to Earth and he finds all the wildlife and stuff. Like, Beachcomber is a wonderful character to me in this series. It's funny, because we were talking about Derek J. Wyatt earlier. Derek J. Wyatt hates Beachcomber, or he just like likes to kill him or something, torment him. And Daniel Warren Johnson is obviously in love with this character to some degree. Like, this is the best PR Beachcomber's ever gotten in his fucking life. And I love the character now. This is a character I knew nothing about. I didn't even know he was a pacifist. I don't know if that's always been a part of his character, but the
most part,
I knew nothing about him, and this comic made me fall in love with him, which impressive to do for such an old franchise, arguably an old character, like 40-year-old character, breathing new life into him. Just an incredible scene.
Yeah, He's definitely, of all the different characters that Danny Warren Johnson has written in this series, he's definitely, to me, feels the most imbued with Danny Warren Johnson's soul. I know people be like, no, it's Shredhead. To a degree, but if you
Yeah.
ever get the chance to, every Friday night, Danny Warren Johnson goes live and just draws and plays music. Just listening to him talk and speak with people, I could 100% imagine his voice coming out of Beachcomber's mouth and being like, yeah,
that'd be so cool
that's who
if he played
is.
Beachcomber in the
Yeah.
series. Oh man, I cannot. If ever that series happens, I cannot wait to see the cast list and see who gets to play who. I definitely imagine Stephen Yeun would end up in the show somehow.
Oh yeah,
Maybe a Spike or someone, but yeah, the Beachcomber is wonderful. This is what I was talking about when I was saying we were.
yes.
Him marveling at the beauty of the planet and then destroying it for resources. Such a good way to show off how evil he is and how he
Stark
thinks.
contrast to Prime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's truly horrifically evil. Specifically for this scene. And many other scenes, obviously, what he does to Magnus is terrible, but this shit was like, damn, he's evil.
He's a bad man.
Because they kind of trick you when they first show all the animals and stuff. When he's like, wow, this is amazing, and then the heel turn of, I'm about to obliterate it for resource. It's really good.
Yeah.
Love this scene. Yes, this scene is fantastic. Beachcomber is my favorite Disney princess. The good boy.
He is one. Confirmed.
I think if a character comes back, they need to be remade like Bee into Goldbug. The way that way there is something new and interesting for bringing them back. Yeah, I think it's good they did not bring back Bumblebee at all in this run, but I wouldn't be upset if Bumblebee ever came back in some way. Obviously, their sparks can be preserved to some degree. Jetfire and then Shredhead later are made up of leftover sparks, so I don't think it's impossible. I could definitely see someone doing it in the future.
There's been some time that's passed.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I'd be fine if he came back as Goldbug. I'd be fine if he came back as Bumblebee. I don't really care either way, but yeah. Oh, this scene where Cybertron is being brought to Earth via a portal. This is literally, I don't know if this is a plot in G1. It might be, but this literally happens in Dark of the Moon. This is like,
I feel like this happens a lot in Transformers.
It also happened in
Cybertron just shows up.
I say it happened in Dark of the Moon. They then did it again in The Last Night. So yeah, bringing Cybertron to Earth is a popular concept, and I really wasn't expecting it to happen in the series, because the combat felt so grounded and stuff like that. But the second story arc really widened the horizon of the world a lot, which I think was the intention. The first issue of this new arc is set on Cybertron with Elita 1 and stuff, so I think it was always the intention to expand in the world, but literally bringing Cybertron to Earth is crazy. Like, where the hell is G.I. Joe right now?
Yeah, that was my biggest concern when this first happened. I was like, seriously? Like, everybody's going to know about Cybertron now. And yet again, as per usual with this series, if I just waited a little bit longer, I would have been like, oh no, this works. This all works out really well.
Yeah.
This is good.
I mean, it's not like they're really hiding that much. In G1, they don't hide either. They are known from episode 1. So the robots in disguise aspect has never been a strong suit.
Yeah, it's not really important here.
But I'm glad he went for such a big swing, because fuck, this is cool. And everything that transpires in this series of issues is really crazy and cool. There's so many panels in this comic run I want as posters on my wall. So true. I need a Ray William Johnson style fucking corner of the wall that's all Transformers comic book pages, like Watchmen. This is a scene I really liked. Alita.
Yes.
The first time she truly
favorite character.
Yeah. We could talk about that. But this is the first time she kind of truly pops off on Optimus after she shows up. And we get like her true feelings on what's going on. Not that she was hiding it for very long, but
No, she's very vocal.
Yeah, everything we had seen before was just her rescuing Magnus, so we really didn't know her take on everything that's happened. And yeah, this I can see why smaller-minded people would get scared of this scene because it's a woman popping off at their favorite big guy. And you know what? It's hard to say she's not justified. Is she? I feel like
Right.
she is one of the most justified crash outs of the entire series because she's been left on Cybertron for fucking thousands of years fighting Decepticons. You know, this is what that does to a MFer.
Yeah. She's a great antagonist, which
Yeah.
everybody always thinks. She's not a villain. It's like, well, no, she's not a villain.
No.
She's a great antagonist to Prime because it hits so close to home with him and because you can agree with her.
Yeah, she has one of the most interesting character, like when I read something, I don't want a character that agrees with me on every little single thing. I want conflict. I want
you want friction.
Yes, that's what makes it interesting.
Conflict is story.
And Elita 1 brings some of the most interesting conflict because she's on the same side as Optimus, but she don't give a fuck about Earth. And I'm human, so I give a fuck about Earth, but you know, I'm forced to look at it from her perspective, and she's not wrong. Like, especially when we get towards the later parts where the Energon harvested from Earth. Can you clear something up for me? Does he destroy the Energon? Is that the implication of the scene towards the end?
Yeah.
He destroys it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
See,
yeah, he pretty much destroys everything.
See, that would make me crash out because
yes,
it's already been made, man.
Yeah.
It's already. I know it's made from the
right
blood
there.
or whatever, but Shockwave did that, and if
it's right there, yeah.
And if I'm not personally reactivating the machine, I don't feel like the Energon should be wasted. It's a crazy tough scene, and it's one of the few times I totally disagree with Optimus's, take and reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Like I understand it, but also come on, bro, be realistic. And yeah, Elita 1 definitely has become a villain for people that cannot understand what they're reading. But a great scene where she pops off. This scene is something you requested with Spike seeing a deer in the woods.
Once again, this is just a testament to not just Daniel Warren Johnson, but even more specifically Jorge Corona. There's no dialogue.
Yeah.
We don't need, I think there's dialogue later down the page, but for this section in particular, we don't need the dialogue because it's such a simple moment of connection.
Yes.
And again, like you had said about with Elita, simpler minds may not get that. I feel like this is pretty simple to understand and pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
That Spike sees this deer and he's reminded of Optimus and he's reminded of the innocence that Optimus had when he killed the deer originally. And so kind of seeing it in this moment again is almost kind of even spiritual moment for Spike to be like, I can't just walk away from this.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't walk at all. He's paralyzed right now. But I can't be walked away from this.
Yeah, metatextually, Beachcomber's like, we gotta get the hell out of here. And they see this deer.
Let's go somewhere else.
Yeah. And even the colors with the deer and Spike is the deer in this metaphor. He could also be killed by Optimus's war. And so the deer runs away. But I think Spike knows he can't run away, at a certain point. At the moment.
He's paralyzed.
Yeah. But he, off screen, without reason, he will become unparalyzed. So I don't even think of that.
Yeah, he'll be healed. Don't worry about that. Yeah.
He found his own Matrix.
No, but this is... That's a good point. How come they just didn't do that? All the humans have matrices as well. Yeah, no, it was just such an iconic scene that will be even more so referenced later, way later in the series, in a way I never anticipated. I thought this was kind of the end of the deer analogy. So
yeah,
it's great that it's brought up here at this point, and I believe this is issue 11, around 11, and so this is near the end of that first story arc. So I think when you see it, you're like, oh, okay, here it is.
Yeah,
we kind of started with this, and now we're closing out with this.
Yeah. And yeah, I just love the colors. Like you said, there's no dialogue telling you what's happening, but like the colors behind Spike and the deer are the same. Like such good visual storytelling. This is what comic books are made for, arguably, is storytelling like this. But moving on, we have, oh yes, this is issue 11, I want to say. This is when Magnus sees Shockwave again and is basically suffers PTSD and runs away. Which, you know,
what a
sad. I'm canceling Delta Triad right now. This is a sad scene. Ultra Magnus's arc is really good in this comic book. I do wish he got a little bit more, but you know, it's that issue of all the things he's juggling, trying to tell. You know, some got less iterated upon, but Magnus seeing Shockwave here, I thought this moment was so amazing, and especially Shockwave laughing at him, ha ha ha, I broke his mind and now I shall break your body. He's such an asshole.
Yeah. He is.
But it was such a...
And again, that top section, there's not a lot of dialogue.
Yeah.
We get it. We understand the looks on these characters' faces and can tell, this is not going to turn out the way we thought.
You're right. And the way Shockwave has to be one of the hardest characters to draw and express emotion, but the way they do his little head tilt, and it's from a downward angle, so he's above you. It's really smart. But yeah, I think everyone was expecting Magnus to show up and pop off and destroy some Decepticons, because that's really what they needed in the story. But he runs away, and that's such a, you know, good bait and switch, good like surprise. The depth of this comic book it can't be understated. But this is what you requested. This is Optimus murdering Shockwave, just crushing his head in his hands.
Yeah, this is... Honestly, I think just the top portion of this page is what makes it so well.
Yeah.
I mean, I know people still to this day are upset that Shockwave died so early. Again, it's comics.
He'll come back.
He'll come back at some point. Yeah, he'll come back. But seeing Optimus just fully lose it and kind of go back to his old self that we've been told about so much, and just seeing Shockwave's head just become
nothing,
nothing is so amazing. And then seeing Cliffjumper be almost kind of horrified, because sure, you know, we think about Transformers and yeah, they're enemies, but you know, just imagine if you and your buddy are fighting a guy out at the pub one night and your buddy just squashes him.
Right.
You'd probably be like, whoa, hold on a second, man. And then Alita comes in and she's like, oh, sweet, awesome. I'm glad to have you back.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness.
This is Optimus she wants. Like, she has become the old version of Optimus, or she always was. We don't really know what she's like before the war, but yes, this is... And yeah, it's like, he's like Optimus, because that's not what Optimus teaches Bumblebee, or sorry, teaches Cliffjumper. It's Red Bumblebee. It's, you know, he's teaching a different way. That's an implication of all the Autobots on the Ark, I guess, is that they went with Optimus because they didn't want to participate in the fighting anymore, is what I understand. I don't know if that's 100% true. Like, in the original show, they leave to get away from the Decepticons, and the Decepticons chase them. So,
that's actually something that is talked about between Alita and Cliffjumper far later, is that she sees Optimus as a coward for leaving Cybertron, and Cliffjumper corrects her and saying, no, he's not a coward. He just understood that Cybertron was lost and the war would never end.
Yeah.
And so he made the decision we have to find a new way. Sadly, the war follows him.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Yeah. I think Cliffjumper Full Sail believes in Optimus's like vision, which is cool. I think most of the Autobots do, which is interesting. I mean, at least there's like different factions of Autobots, right? There's the Cybertronian ones that are way more hardcore, like Blue Streak, and then there's Optimus's guys. So yeah, this was a crazy scene. Shockwave will definitely come back. Shockwave is easily the easiest Decepticon to explain. He uploaded his consciousness somewhere. He'll be back. Don't even worry about it, bro.
He's got a bunch of clones or something.
Definitely. He's got a whole hall of clones. This scene... bruh. This scene... This is where I'm like, okay, if you still hate Alita, you're so stupid. You're so dumb. because she is making the most compelling argument here. You know, she's moved on from anger. It's clearly grief. Like, you can see the pain of the war on her face in these scenes. And Optimus just, he has to do what he has to do. It's a complete impasse of ideology here. And of course,
they're never gonna agree.
This one scene where she says, "I need you," and the white background, it powerful scene. Like, you know, I was expecting like a big fight scene with Shockwave at the end, and you know, kind of wrap things up that way. But the way he's able to give these emotional finales to these runs, like 6-issue runs, is usually how comic books work. It's really, you know, it shocks me every time. It's so impressive. And Optimus is not even looking at her in this scene. He's looking away.
He can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
It shows how much pain and how much struggle he's going through. Just in the same way that he tried to walk away from Jetfire is because he's in such a troublesome spot that he can't look at her. And there's something else on this page that Corona does a lot in his artwork in general and in Transformers, and that's that Alita's eyes are completely covered in shadow.
Yeah.
He does this so many times when he's trying to convey certain emotions to show that you're not going to be able to see what her eyes are telling you because you almost don't need to, because you can just understand. Again, I always say this, take away the dialogue and you can look at this page and understand the emotions on a fundamental level.
Yeah.
Which I think is a harder thing to do than we ever give anyone credit for in comics.
Her body language, like, normally she's like proper, like she carries herself with confidence, but here she's like just broken and her like true self,
weeping down.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic panel, man. I think this is the only thing I captured from the Starscream issues was Omega Supreme flying above them. I assume this is Omega Supreme. They just call them the Guardians, but I assume this guy would be Omega Supreme. I don't see why he wouldn't be. But yeah, obviously this scene comes in way later in a way I wasn't expecting. I was honestly not expecting any of this to come really into play again. But the way it does is incredible. And this scene is incredible. Thank you, Critical Ox, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Yeah, oh my god, no way. Thank you for becoming a member.
How big and pretty.
He's so big. He's so big and wonderful. But yeah, this is a great panel. This artist is Jason Howard, who did these 2 issues, I think. Which I like his art style. I understand why they had a fill-in artist for a couple issues. It's smart. But this,
and he does also the character variant covers. If you ever seen those,
yes,
white
the Dead Bumblebee, he did that.
On it. Yeah. He did, yes, yeah. And I remember you asked me one time, "Can I have that?" I was like, yeah, it's right here. Yeah.
Moving. Oh, here's the other one. It's Megatron making him shoot people. The beginning of the mind control, essentially. Which the whole mind control thing is another point of contention with the fandom. Some people really don't like, and some people interpret it as a grooming in a way, which I don't think is necessarily a wrong take. I think you can totally interpret it as grooming. But I think it's more of like a mind control / Stockholm syndrome situation.
Yeah, I think it's definitely at this point in the series, we hadn't really we weren't at issue 19, so we didn't have the origins to that power. I think that's for a good reason, because at this moment in the series, all we knew of Megatron was from Genvo, and it was this idea that there's somebody out there that's speaking so movingly about saving Cybertron that we're going to follow him no matter what. And so you're kind of like, oh man, Megatron is like an actual revolutionary. And then when you get to this, you're like, oh, he is, but there's some sort of like forcefulness to his revolutionary ways that you kind of almost go from, oh man, Megatron, maybe he's the good guy. And then you're like, ooh, no, there's something truly awful and evil about it.
Yeah. Yeah, we really don't know about how the war started or what. I mean, I guess the Decepticons would be a clan? Question mark. I don't even really know. That
Possibly,
yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, the Megatron's influence and power is kind of crazy. And just the way it works, it's an interesting spin on the Starscream using Megatron as a gun thing.
Yes, yeah.
And an interesting one. I'm glad they went this route. I think it's an interesting take. I'm interested to see where they bring it, especially if Megatron is gonna like get a new. This is a stream raid. Hello, Fire Brothers. Thank you for raiding the stream. You came to steal my Energon? Back up. That's my Energon.
Whoa, hold on.
I need that. But yeah, I love this the Starscream and Megatron dynamic. And then here, this is one you requested. This is Thundercracker. Not
Yes.
Yeah, you know, being more human
doing the right
than
thing.
most Decepticons. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is the page, the section that I always turn to when people tell me that Thundercracker quits the Decepticons. And I always say, no, he doesn't quit the Decepticons. Thundercracker is still a Decepticon in his spark, I truly believe.
Mm-hmm.
This is to show that there is a culture to the Decepticon faction, that there's more to it than just, we're bad guys, we're going to steal energy and squash humans. There's more to it than that. This is truthfully, in at least Thundercracker's understanding of the Decepticon way, wrong.
Yeah.
And you kind of see it as well because even Soundwave kind of knows that it's wrong. He's like, earlier on when they're attacking the USS Henry Harrison, Thundercracker lets the humans go. And Soundwave's like, no, we got to kill him. Thundercracker's like, they haven't done anything. And Soundwave agrees. He says, you're right. They are innocent. But we got to kill them because they're going to send people out after us. And it's the beginning of that conflict. And this is kind of where it gets into it, where Thundercracker's looking at it and he's like, this is incorrect. This is morally incorrect, not just for my own character, but for the Decepticons to do. And it's so important. I think people pick up on that rather than saying, oh, Thundercracker became an Autobot here. No, he didn't. He is a Decepticon. The Decepticons aren't just, mwahaha, we're going to squish humans. No. There's something... I mean, some of them are. Some of them totally are. But not all of them really are like that.
Yeah, he has one of the most interesting character arcs. You get crumbs of it every so often, though. Like he's very slow rolling character.
I will say that's one of my disappointments in the series. And again, I understand there's so much to juggle. There are times at which I feel like Thundercracker has the most interesting story, and he's kind of
sidelined,
kind of left off to the side. Yeah, sidelined. And again, I understand it really is an Optimus story. I get that. But there are times where I'm like, man, I really want to know more, and you're either giving me nothing or just not enough. So hopefully we get to see more of him in the future.
Yeah, I wonder what his like original biography is, because he has ended up multiple times being like the Decepticon that turns good, Thundercracker. He's he definitely has the most redeemable personality, I guess, in the lore.
Yeah. And DWJ has mentioned that he took inspiration for his Thundercracker from the IDW comics.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking of. Thundercracker has a long sort of storyline where he turns good eventually. But yeah, he definitely, I love his scenes whenever he shows up, because Starscream's such a maniac. Like, it's interesting seeing the difference between Starscream and Soundwave's leadership, because yes, Soundwave is just as brutal, but it's in a utilitarian sense, whereas Starscream is just a maniac. So like, yeah, Starscream would destroy a city, but not for any tactical reason.
He'd do it just because he felt like it.
This scene I just included because I love Bruticus. He's my favorite combiner.
Oh yeah, he's my favorite. I'm so excited to finish up the Age of the Prime.
Yeah,
Bruticus.
Again with the transformation, them coming together. all the like black transformation parts under the plating. Like the way they do it in the comic is really cool, and it's pretty consistent between DWJ and Jorge Corona. But yeah, I love this panel with Soundwave at the bottom. Awesome, just badass. I love how quickly they got into combiners as well. It could have totally been something where it's like they gotta explain the lore or whatever, but no, they just do it. It just happens. Devastator just shows up. And it's awesome.
I'm gonna be honest, I've never really liked the whole explaining the combiner process. I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
I think it.
I mean, again, I like lore.
Right. I don't need to know why they do it. I would like to know, like, are they all thinking at the same time? Are they thinking in unison? Because when they're Bruticus and Devastator, I think they refer to each other with they them pronouns. Like,
yes,
Devastator is being rude. They are hurting me or whatever. You know, they say something like that, and so when they are Bruticus, they are
of all.
Yeah,
of them.
right. Like they also act like children a lot, which is very funny.
Yeah.
The Bruticus and Devastator fighting is
general,
really fun.
Yeah, the Combaticons in general are such a treat when we get little hints of them here and there, like back in Volume 2.
You're right.
What is it? Onslaught is hanging out with Brawl. Brawl is totally dead, or at least offline.
Yeah,
and he's just sitting there twiddling his thumbs with his legs crossed. I love it because they're my favorite Decepticons, and they're just like regular people in this comic. They're just there.
They're awesome. And the whole Combiner Wars little story arc they had for a couple issues was really fun. Seeing them fight and just pure, unfiltered destruction of a city. Like, truly something you can only get away with in a comic book, showing all this destruction and, in such detail. It's so awesome. Would you say Shredhead is non-binary because they are literally 5 people? I don't know. I guess it depends on, like, I would ask a non-binary person, because I don't really know if, like, being literal different people and being non-binary is the same. I think they use they them pronouns because of that fact, but I don't know if I would count that as non-binary or not. I'm not educated enough.
I don't think it's I would say I don't think it's something that was necessarily thought out.
Yeah.
Not in a bad way. They do use they them pronouns for Shredhead. My interpretation is because they are multiple sparks, and because if there is a gender that is to be assigned to the character, it has not been decided by the character yet.
Yeah.
That's how
they might decide their gender in the future or something like that. It's a possible storyline. I don't know. But I think I'm inclined to think it's the same reason Devastator and Bruticus say they them is because they are literally multiple people. But if a non-binary person wants to see representation in Shredhead, I say more the power to
absolutely.
you. Or Devastator and Bruticus, though these guys are more dumbasses.
Well, I kind of like Bruticus.
He's a dumbass. But he's a dumbass. I like him, but he's a dumbass. I expect it's not in here, but I love the scene where they're like counting all the tanks and battleships they're destroying, like in a competition. But here we have our first, and not our first look at Megatron in the Energon universe. He shows up a couple times before this, but our first current day take of him using Laserbeak to see. So fucking cool. I don't know why he did that. He was not missing his eyes in the Energon universe special, but we're gonna ignore that because it's too cool.
He had him plucked out, remember?
Did he? Okay, I've completely
he had
forgot.
One plucked out by Cobra. And then everybody's favorite G.I. Joe character, Globulus, stabbed him in his other eye. That's a real character.
I know.
Globulus.
I like that you said real G.I. Joe character, because it's like, Globulus.
Yeah. I just love the fact, that his name is Globulus. I mean, that's how I feel after I overeat. But, he did. And I think that this panel is, it may not be as popular, but I feel like this rivals.
It's the equivalent to going on the offensive. Yeah.
Yes.
It's equivalent.
Yeah, because there's already so many third-party kits to do this, to have a laser beak in the water.
Yeah, and I've seen some third-party of just his Skybound style, sort of wider face, Jorge Corona style face.
I like his wider
Yeah.
face. Jorge Corona has a tendency to draw these characters, some people say fat, but wide. And I am always talking about how Megatron has a loaded diaper in these
okay.
comics because his waist piece is just so big. But I love the fact that he's physically just humongous in these scenes. I love it.
The wires coming out is so fucking cool, and
it is so cool.
And
it's such a moment that you know that Daniel Warren Johnson and Jorge Corona just had to be on the phone or talking in real life, and they'd be like, you know, it'd be super cool. Wires coming out of Megatron's eyes, and they're just like, hell yeah! And they just drew it.
And they're all different colors too. Like shit, it's fire.
Yeah, it's cool for cool sake.
And you know, first impression, I'm like, he's kind of brutal towards Laserbeak here, but you know, it ends up being he's much more kind to his Decepticon soldiers if they actually do what he fucking says.
Yeah, pretty simple. Pretty simple to do what he says. Be surprised.
Like Soundwave does not even have to try to be the favorite.
Yeah, he just is.
But here we have Thundercracker finding Skywarp plugged up in there after he finds out Starscream and Soundwave did it. Just his whole thing with I don't think it's ever touched on at the end of the comic, like where they even go with the arc, because he teleports away with Skywarp, which I'm interested to see where they go with that, because it does seem like he's left the Decepticons fully. He left before Megatron showed up, I'm pretty sure. So he doesn't know Megatron is back, to my knowledge, but
it will be interesting, especially because we've seen previews of what's to come, and I always say this trepidatiously because the covers for the comics themselves don't always match to what's going to happen.
Never trust the covers.
Yeah, never trust the cover. And so people are like, oh, Thundercracker's back with the Decepticons. It's possible. Yes, it is. But
or they just drew a badass cover with Thundercracker with the rest of the Decepticons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if all covers were accurate, then issue 19's cover F of Megatron fishing for Sharktacons, why did that not happen?
For real.
Where is that? I always bring that up.
Can I get a lore explanation? Dumb Jake likes a dumb character. Shocker. Man. Yeah, I do!
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah. Shredhead, the birth of Shredhead. This shit is awesome. So cool. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Shredhead's sick as fuck.
We just had a crash out moment on the Teletrain tapes here. Swizz Prime, good friend and a host on there. I kind of I didn't mean to. I accidentally goaded him into answering a question we saw on the TFW 2005 forums where they said Shredhead is just a self-insert.
Yeah,
and the answer to that is, yeah. If you were writing a Transformers comic, you would do the exact same thing. You would put an awesome, sweet, original character. Come on, guys. Windblade, really? Windblade is a self-insert from the community. Come on.
Windblade,
We're all going to do it.
I encourage, like, I really like that some new characters were added here. Especially with all the fucking G1 pandering accusations. Getting new characters like Jinvo and Shredhead. Fuck yeah.
But Jake, no. Shredhead is just G1 regurgitated. You're wrong.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot. Everything is G1 regurgitated, even the stuff that isn't G1. That
is brand new.
Like, I don't even see it as a self... I saw someone call the character a Mary Sue. I don't see that. It's just a cool-ass new character with a fucking lightning sword. And shield. Like, fuck, you don't see this and you don't want a toy? Are you stupid? Like, what's wrong with you, man?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
It's just cool.
Sometimes I don't understand
the cool.
fandom, but this scene is awesome. I love the name Shredhead. Badass Transformers name. Perfectly fits Transformers. Him turning into a cool ass van with a bunch of art on the side. I genuinely can't process how you would not think this is cool. But yeah, I love this art.
It's such a good use of Carly's van as well.
Yeah, like seeing a vehicle that is not a Transformer in like the comic early on, and then it becomes a Transformer. How's that not cool, man? I don't know, but I love the look of this guy. I really don't see him as a I see him as a self-insert in the way of this is a character based on Daniel Warren Johnson's interests, which is like metal music and cool old 80s metal stuff.
Absolutely.
But besides that, that's is the artist not supposed to take from his own art, like life and interest?
Right, yeah.
Like, what do you want
Is
exactly?
he not allowed to do cool stuff?
I don't collect figures often, but if they did a Skybound line, whole shelf going up, yeah, they'd have to be good figures. If they're like the Devastation Optimus Prime, I fuck off. Get out of my face with that. They need to be like peak figures for me to truly care. But please, for the love of God, give me a Shredhead. Give me a goddamn Shredhead toy. I don't.
If they're gonna do any of them, do Shredhead.
Of all them, he seems like the most obvious one. It's like almost no contest. But I do want to.
It'll probably take a few years, though.
Yeah, it'll take a few years for sure, but we'll get him. We'll get him for sure. We got that Jetfire pack from SDCC. They're testing the waters with Void Rival Energon Universe toy.
We got Beast Machine stuff. We'll get.
If we could get Beast Machine's Cheetor core class, we could get a goddamn Shredhead. The scene, I love the scene with Soundwave and Megatron. Who, right after Megatron heals Ravage, who's been injured pretty much the whole, since issue 1. Just love this, how he's obviously so loyal to Megatron. Just really cool character stuff. And Megatron's face shrouded in the shadows, like.
It's such a cool moment too that, it's almost like when your parent comes home and you've been fighting with your sibling.
Yeah.
There's nothing that you can say. You're in trouble, and then you're like, man, we're both gonna get it. And then the parent chooses one child over the other. And you're just like, no! Starscream at this point is like, this is over. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he tried to kill Megatron.
Yeah, he knows. He's like, oh man. He just kind of hushes the children. He's like, I think this is not pictured here, but I'm pretty sure Megatron just says like one or two pieces of lines, and everything goes quiet, and you're like, uh-oh, Dad's home.
Yeah, he shows up, he heals Ravage, and he's like one of our most loyal soldiers. Like, he's very kind to Ravage when Shockwave and Starscream have been really mean.
Doing all the work.
Like Shockwave was gonna burn Ravage in the furnace. So, seeing Megatron show up and heal Ravage, that was definitely... All three of the leadership Decepticons all have very different styles. It's really interesting. Don Megatron. Yeah, he's definitely like a Mafia Don in this panel.
He's got that drip.
This is from issue 19. I gotta say, this is my least favorite issue of the run. I don't particularly like the art and the story. I don't like the repeating timeline, type of storytelling device.
I think it's a lot of people's least favorite.
Yeah, lore-wise, this is kind of the thing where they're like giving us lore info here, and I kind of don't want it. I'm like, this is not interesting enough to me to carry the whole issue.
It feels very Void Rivals.
Yes,
like this was a Void Rivals issue that got shifted over.
It really does. But this is basically just showing that Megatron got, I don't even know if it has a name. I call it the Matrix of Control, but his own, opposite Matrix, which is a newer idea. I don't think this is the first time that's been done, but I think it is like a idea that's becoming more popular, like Megatron having his own rival Matrix.
Yeah, everybody says it's the Dark Spark. I can guarantee you Daniel Warren Johnson does not know what that is.
Yeah.
So no, it's probably not. Daniel Warren Johnson's not sitting there going, you know what's good, Transformers? The Dark Spark.
He did pull out Ulktar though, bro. Like I don't know if he's getting like this info from someone who researches for him or Hasbro themselves or what, but Ulktar is a deep pool.
Deep cut. Yeah, he said that for the most part he was left alone and that he was allowed to do what he wanted, but that there were some moments where the higher-ups came in and were like, hey, we need you to plant this seed for us for later. And he was like, okay, just let me know the parameters I have. And they probably told him, you got to have him turn into a gun. You have to have him kill Desimir. He was like, okay.
Have him kill who?
Desimir, the guy you're seeing.
Oh, that guy's Desimir? Okay, yeah, I don't even...
Yeah. Which I don't know if you know this, Desimir turns into that dragon beast Mechanicore, which is an old design that was not used from the Generation 1 movie.
Oh, okay. I see. Its name was Mechanicore, and it looked like
Yeah.
something that would be like Skuxoid, like some random ass
Yeah,
reference. I just don't understand.
There's a design that was not used for the G1 movie. There's only one photo of it. And it was a drawing of, I can't remember what they were called, but they were dragon-based Autobot combiners that was never used.
Hmm.
The generalized design of that was kind of brought forward and used for Mechanical.
Gotcha.
So it's more of a nod backwards to deep cut lore than it is like,
Yeah. That is
hey, remember
another
this? It's more like,
deep
oh, hey,
cut.
that's the thing.
What's up, MP Cons in chat, and what's up, Nagi?
Hey, what's up?
Is Skybound finished? No, Skybound isn't finished, but Daniel Warren Johnson, the writer, and Jorge Corona, the artist, they are moving on, and Robert Kirkman, and Dan Mora are taking over, with probably some other creative team changes, but they're just switching creative teams. But Daniel Warren Johnson's story is definitely stands on its own,
Yes.
for sure. And I'm glad they're not doing a new
Kirkman
number one. I'm really glad they're not doing that.
Yeah, I am too. Somebody mentioned, I can't remember who, that somebody mentioned they wish that it would start over and be called like Transformers 2. I don't really agree with that, especially because Kirkman recently did an interview on Comic Tropes, their YouTube channel, and he said that Kirkman said that something he despised growing up as a child was when a new writer took over a comic and basically just reset it and was like, "No, I don't like that character. Get him out of here." And so he said that he is doing everything in his power to say, I'm going to faithfully continue Johnson's work and not restart and not undo anything, and to just continue this amazing story. And so whether or not he's successful, because he's just a different creator, that's besides the point. The fact that he's continuing it and we're not starting over, I do really appreciate it.
Yeah, I have to imagine, Robert Kirkman is the guy in charge of Skybound. Skybound is his imprint.
Yes, yeah.
He's in charge of the Energon universe. He's writing Void Rivals as well. I imagine there's been a lot of dialogue between him and Daniel Warren Johnson on where the story was going, and if he wants to continue that way, or I'm sure Daniel had some ideas on where it would go if he continued. I can't imagine he would.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, that's good to hear, because I also hate that. It pisses me off so bad when a new creative team comes in and they just not. It happens all the time with Marvel comic books. I don't know about DC because I don't read DC enough, but Marvel, whenever a new Spider-Man series starts, it's like it's like nothing happened before. They got to reset everything. He's breaking up with Mary Jane for some reason. Like, like just some bullshit. Like that is definitely one of the weakest points of Western comics, is the fact that they reinvent it so often to do these new number ones. And I don't know what the right way to make a comic is. I just know what I like, and I like a consistent storytelling ethos and timeline.
Yeah.
Where things that I read before matter. So.
Yeah.
Kirkman has such great issue-to-issue plotting. Very excited to see what he does. Yeah, I agree. I think he can definitely fall into the trap of setting up too much. There are definitely some rough issues of The Walking Dead where reading it monthly was like, God damn, nothing happened.
Huh? Yes, yeah.
But I'm hoping he
plays the long game.
I hope he brings the energy that Daniel Warren Johnson brought with the near constant action. Like, I definitely get the vibe it's going to slow down a little bit comparatively, just with the teasers we've seen with Mora's art. But I would like the intensity to still be present in some way. But yeah, I'm excited to see where they take it. This scene, this was one you picked out, them watching the sunset.
Yes, it was. Yeah, this is in issue 20, and this scene in particular, this page, and I believe the page that comes right before it, this page is why this is my favorite issue in the entire series. Of all the issues, this is the one that speaks the most to me because it's a parallel from issue 2 when Optimus is sitting with Spike.
Mm-hmm.
Spike has no answers. Spike is confused. He doesn't know what's going on. Optimus is kind of being this fatherly figure. He's kind of teaching him. And Daniel Warren Johnson does this in all of his comic books. There's always a very strong relationship, whether it be parental or sibling or something like that. It's normally parental because he's a father of a young girl. It's this moment that shows us that Optimus may be the father figure
Mm-hmm.
in this case, but like in real relationships, there are things to be learned from our children and from those who are younger than us. And Optimus he's tired, he's not sure of himself anymore. He's like, the old me is popping back up. I'm scared, I'm nervous to be around people. And Spike gives him kind of this dosage of hope that he was given way back in issue 2. And going actually back through before we talked about this, I was flipping through these comics. There's a lot of sunrise and sunsets that Optimus watches in this series. I always forget that. There's one that he watches when Alita is yelling at him, for so many things. And so to kind of have this full connect moment, this one is just it's so powerful and important to me that Spike is like, just fight for the next sunrise. And I love the fact that he asks if there are sunrises on Cybertron, and Optimus says yes, because I feel like for the most part, the entirety depiction of Cybertron in general in the franchise is very dark. It's perpetually night.
Yeah.
There's no atmosphere and it's dark.
There's almost always war happening.
Yes, yeah, and you're like, oh, there is a sunrise on, and you're kind of like, I want to see that. Technically, Beast Wars does show a sunrise at Cybertron, but I don't want to think about that Cybertron.
Yeah,
that's not my Cybertron.
This would be a great thing to tie back to in the future of Optimus seeing a sunrise on Cybertron at some point in the future. That's a great connection you made with the other scene. I'm not often able to connect these like parallel scenes just reading. Mostly because I read month to month and I don't often go back and read everything all together. But whenever someone points out something like that, my mind is freaking blown. Because I'm like, how are you smart enough to tell stories like this? Like, how do you put it all together, man? Like, that's so cool.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
There's a parallel between issue 23 and issue 3, I think, that I did not know of until yesterday when I saw it. And
is it My Beautiful Boy?
I
didn't know that either.
Yeah, I totally forgot that it happened back in the hospital. When I saw it, I literally got a tear in my eye. I was like, God.
We got I got the panel, so we got to talk about that later. But I have stuff to say about that as well. There. But yeah, great scene, great emotional scene. This scene made me tear up actually when I was reading it again. Just because they're so kind. Like, part of the Hasbro higher-ups, I feel like they told him to put specifically Devastator, Bruticus, and Superion in the series. Because those are the current combiners being put out right now. Because it is kind of random, like, Superion showing up. I was not expecting that at all. But they are just little beacons of hope in such a harsh time in the comic. Like, it's been nothing but loss and war for every issue up until now. And then we get this little all them hugging Optimus because they love him so much. They're so kind. And
you can see how tired he is.
Yeah.
He's really tired.
Yeah.
But they just give him a hug. Man, it's just so sweet.
Yeah, just giving, like, you don't see Transformers like offering physical affection a lot. And even me personally, I don't really like the idea of Transformers kissing. It just doesn't make sense to me. But, that can definitely be argued over. I'm not like, you can't do it ever. I just don't personally like that. But them hugging, I don't know that I've ever seen a Transformer hug besides that stupid gif of Optimus and Bumblebee. So getting like a modern version of that was so sweet. And it literally did bring a tear to my eye. They're so adorable.
Yeah.
And I did a YouTube short recently where I said I have Slingshot. I said, "Is this the Donald Trump Transformer?" Because orange guy, orange face, like lol, the peak of comedy, and everyone was like, "No, be nice to him. He's so sweet." I'm like, why are there so many damn Slingshot fans? It's because he's adorable in this fucking issue. I'm guessing.
It's sad.
Yes, and he dies. Like I didn't put that in here, but yeah, Slingshot gets fucking murdered, and and everyone's like, "Stop being mean to him" in my comments. And I'm like, damn, I didn't realize that Slingshot had riders like that, but I forgot he died in the series.
They're all just so adorable and so happy.
Yeah, they're so happy despite the circumstances, and I love that.
Yes.
I forget that Silverbolt. I love that he doesn't like flying ? Or he's afraid of heights.
Yeah, from G1. Yep, pulled straight from the show.
So funny.
When he said that, I was like, I remember that. That's so weird.
But then I also have Superion whipping their asses.
Oh yeah,
badass fucking panel.
Stomping on them.
They go from hugging Optimus to doing this shit. So good. Yeah, just another example of badass art.
He's like a Goomba stomping him from Mario or something.
This caused a lot of conversation as well, where Cliffjumper kicks Shredhead into the portal, sending
I think
Earth.
We all saw this coming.
I did not. I mean, it's obvious when you read it back, but I was like, okay, I guess this makes it. To me, it makes total sense. Shredhead would stay and Cliffjumper goes, because they need Shredhead so bad.
That's fair.
And I do personally think this is such a selfish move by Cliffjumper. I don't think it's wrong. I don't think he's evil for it, but I do think it's undeniably selfish. And you know, I said that on Twitter, and people were mad at me a little bit about it. But
how dare you?
But it's like, god damn, Alita can't catch a goddamn break. That what have you done? That came from her whole fucking soul, because Shredhead is shown to be massively powerful. They're like insanely powerful. So losing Shredhead, and because Cliffjumper's doing it to save a human girl that Alita doesn't even know or care about, like, you know, I cannot. It's another Alita can't be mad at her situation. I can't be fucking mad at her for being mad.
I would totally understand it in this situation.
And I don't think we see Cliffjumper after this, so I'm interested to see where he lands, what's going on with him, if Alita's going to like fucking execute him or something, because damn, that's a pretty big fuck up for Alita's whole thing.
Yeah. Very interested to see what happens with him.
Kirkman's Battle Beast is so good right now. I haven't read that. I've heard it's good though. I've only watched Invincible, so I'm not like, I feel like Battle Beast is for people that have read the whole run, but I could be wrong. I don't know. But this is the scene you really wanted to have in here. Megatron finding the dead deer. This scene was like, what the fuck? Yeah,
I did not expect this. When I turned the page, I was like, I'm sorry, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I thought we were done with this.
Yeah.
And I ended up never even, I didn't do a video on this. A good friend of the channel, Moonbase3, did a video dedicated on this, and he said it so expertly that Megatron's not disgusted by Earth or by the deer or by organic life. He even calls Earth a beautiful planet. Yeah. He even almost kind of revels in it. What he's disgusted by is the fact that Optimus would take the time to bury the deer. When what Megatron would rather do is to just step over it to move on. And so I think a lot of people see Megatron as like, oh, he hates humanity. No, he doesn't. He almost doesn't even care.
Yeah.
He despises the fact that Optimus does care, and that he's not willing to just crush anything in the way to save his own people. And so that's kind of the disgust here. And I also love the fact that, you know, Megatron digs up the deer and throws it, and he's like, I can't believe Optimus would care for such a small thing. And you've got Soundwave in the back like, probably thinking about his Ravage. Like, uh-oh.
Yeah, but
I sure am happy Ravage is back. Otherwise,
but he's the ultimate yes man, a fool's gesture, my lord.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, he's just like, Absolutely, Megatron. Yeah, I can't stand that.
Yeah, it is interesting how Soundwave definitely displays some signs of weakness that Megatron would arguably hate regarding his cassettes. But
Yeah, yeah, that he gives so much care to them that they would almost get in the way of a more ultimate goal.
yeah,
And I think it's not said on the page, but I think we can infer that Soundwave definitely maybe that's why he stays in line, is because he too is a little scared of Megatron.
oh, I think all the Decepticons are. There, that must be the only way he rules them is proper fear. I mean, some of them truly believe the strong crushing the weak thing, but like this fucker is
Some of them
scary.
believe in his rhetoric. Yes, yeah, and it's a great parallel because that's ultimately why Megatron loses and why Optimus succeeds, because Optimus gains strength from his family, and Megatron despises the idea of family. Very Fast and Furious feeling.
Yeah.
Optimus is Dom Toretto.
When I first, thank you for clarifying.
I just want to make sure everybody knew. And Megatron can be the Jason Momoa bad guy.
Sure, one of them, Jason Statham or Momoa.
Yeah, one of the Jasons.
This scene, when I first read it, I was like, "This is ridiculous." I think metaphorically it's a great scene, but it's like he really went and found the deer and dug it up.
Yeah, that's wild that he just happened to be in the same spot.
Yeah,
you're like, oh my god.
Well, they explain it that they're like tracking him, but they track really old tracks, and that's a clunky explanation, but they really want to do the scenes clearly. Again, I love the Megatron face, like the wideness of his head. Something about it just works for me.
He's so imposing.
Yeah. I love this scene.
God,
I think you asked for this one. All the humans thanking Optimus.
Yeah, this is such. I mean, this whole series is, but this in particular is such a Daniel Warren Johnson moment in a comic. To have all these characters here paying their respects, and especially that bottom portion of the page where you don't get to hear their full confessions, but that's because you don't need to. You just need to know that they're there. And yeah, this is what, the third time Optimus has almost died. But having the humans here kind of as a full circle moment to be like, hey, you saved my life, you saved my family. It's just such an impactful moment that really was very special to me.
Yeah, it's really, I love this scene as well. Reading it, it's like, God, of course, this is such a perfect scene to have at this exact moment in the comic book, because they do save a lot of humans throughout the series. A ton of humans fucking die, probably more than they save, but they do save a lot. They make a point to, and seeing it pay off in this way with these humans thanking, like, Optimus Prime to so many people is this figure that he's like something to look up to as a fictional character, right? Like same way with Spider-Man and Batman and stuff. He's someone to look up to. So having literal humans walk up and say thank you for saving me, like it's really perfect, and it almost represents the fandom in a way. You could read it like that if you wanted to. So yeah, I love this scene. It's so incredible. One of the 100 incredible scenes.
Yes, yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, this is Ultra Magnus coming. I kind of did not grab any of the snips from him being captured or him being tortured.
That's fine. I think this is the culmination of it.
Yeah. But Ultra Magnus coming back, briefly leading the Autobots, which I like as a little bit of a reference to the movie, where he takes over for a bit. But yeah, this final charge and this big ass 2-page spread battle scene between all the Decepticons and Autobots, so fucking good. I just noticed that Rumble looks a little bit bizarrely big.
Well, I mean, and also again, look at Megatron's hip skirts. He's huge.
Yeah, but he's wide. That motherfucker is wide. I believe that.
There's definitely some perspective things going on here, but it is just cool to have Magnus kind of rise up in this moment and say that he's willing to die for Optimus. It's just so cool.
Yeah, and I love Superion jumping in the air. At Devastator's smiling. He's excited to fight. I think.
Yeah, and poor Brutus is probably like, huh?
Yeah.
What?
I think Devastator knows what's about to happen.
Yes, yeah, he's ready for
But
it.
yeah, just the chaos of battle. It's awesome. Ravage running in there. Looks like Jazz is about to grab.
Finally getting to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here it is. I'm gonna be honest. I know you said you cried when you read it the first time, and I did get spoiled, unfortunately, by Twitter and stuff. Of the scene, which I don't think really matters that much for me personally. I don't really care, but I did actually shed a couple tears rereading it with the true context of all the story.
Yeah.
With and rereading that panel where he says "my beautiful boy" in issue 3, and realizing it's a callback. This is a callback to that. It's just it's beautifully told. All the sacrifice. It gets real metaphorical. In a really cool way.
Yeah, and it's something that I talked about on my channel and have discussed with other people as well, that this whole sequence is 100% not about the how, but about the why.
Yeah.
And I understand if some people want to know how, and that's fine. But to me, it doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter if it's real, if it's a vision, or if it's a little bit of both. What matters is the realization that the characters come to, and what becomes of it. And I've always said this about all these pages, but this is a true one, and you can look it up. This page on the left, very easy to find Jorge Corona's original piece for this, which is black and white with no text bubbles. And it is a piece that I will most likely have printed out and signed by him if I ever get to meet him, to be held up. I unfortunately was not able to buy the original page. It was, I think, about $1,700.
Golly. Yeah.
And remember that these pages are drawn much bigger than they actually are. I always forget the size, but they're very large pages. But printing it out is going to be perfectly fine for me. But yeah, the black and white with no text is phenomenal in its own way. It's crazy.
Yeah, just that "My Beautiful Boy" panel is, it's heartbreaking. Like the unspoken effect a Bumblebee has on the series. I just the people who really hated that Bumblebee died just don't understand. That's really how I feel.
They don't understand the reason.
They don't understand the reasoning, and they don't understand that it's not like a one-off death. Like it reverberates throughout the entire comic, and it informs a lot of what Optimus Prime is feeling throughout. I mean, just seeing Jetfire and Ratchet as well, but yeah, him with Bumblebee,
it really hurts.
Golly. And Sparky being sort of this guide, and also Sparky and Optimus are almost the same in a way. The parallels between them as people is really, really interesting.
They're going through the same thing. They're dealing with the same issues in life, and they're dealing with the same growth in their lives.
Yeah. And also something to mention, don't have a clip of it, but when Optimus shows up, we see statues of former Primes, and they're all the aligned continuity designs. That is because Daniel Warren Johnson did not have any idea about the 13 Primes. That he said he was going to do a Hall of the Prime scene, and Hasbro told him to put in 13 Primes.
I'm sure they went to Corona and were like, these are the characters we want in.
Yeah.
And Corona was like, all right, just let me know.
And he went to TF Wiki and looked up this character he's never heard of, and just drew the aligned version, which...
He went to TF Wiki and was like, man, this place is weird.
Yeah, I don't really like that the aligned continuity designs were used, but I understand why they were. I don't think they were really trying to get into the weeds of all that shit in this particular moment.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people being like, oh, this takes place in the aligned content. No.
That is a crazy jump to make.
Nice it's just the designs that are most well known of them, and that's probably what they were used as the base.
Yeah. Um, I do like the scene at the very bottom though with Starscream and Carly, where he recognizes her, which is funny that he even bothers to recognize. He says, "I'm bad to the bone," which is a funny statement considering the next issue.
He has no bones.
No.
That too.
I included this "One shall stand, one shall fall" because and the yellow. I love the yellow. And I love his replacement arm with the visible wires and the like girder. Like attached to his arm. It's funny. Like he needs something there.
When Wheeljack gives it to him, he's like, "I tried my best," and you kind of look at the I-beam up on his shoulder, and you're like, that doesn't function as a smokestack. Wheeljack is like, I just want it to look like the thing it's supposed to look like.
It's almost dressing up his body. Like, because they didn't know if he was even going to survive, so he just made him look like him again, I guess, as much as he could.
Just in case.
But awesome scene. I think this is the last part of 23. Megatron killing those people.
Craziness. Insane.
Is Megatron dead? No, Megatron isn't dead by the end of it, which I like.
I know I already mentioned this other YouTuber Moonbase theory, but if you're ever curious, his he covers each issue normally about a week or 2 weeks after the issue comes out, and that's because he's been calculating how many humans have died.
Okay.
So, and it's great because Daniel Warren Johnson has not only commented on his videos a few times, but there's an interview, I can't remember, it's from a convention where DWJ says, "Oh, there's this guy on YouTube who's been counting all the
awesome."
And so Moonbase actually got to meet Daniel Warren Johnson at a convention and told him, "Oh yeah, I'm the guy who is counting all the human deaths." And DWJ apparently was like, "That's sick." Dude.
Yeah.
So if you ever want to know how many humans theoretically have died in this series, he's got it covered. He's been doing the math.
Wheeljack is doing his best. Lol. Yeah. I included this scene mainly because the eye thing from Transformers 1 happens. It happens a couple times with Megatron specifically, and I can't help but completely believe it's been influenced by Transformers 1. Because when he turns into Megatron, his eyes sort of do that effect. This was brutal though, him just crushing these people like goddamn.
Yeah, so uncalled for.
But that's what you would expect from him,
it's
man.
Megatron. Yeah, he would do that. Yeah, just to get on Optimus's nerves. Just to push him over the edge.
Had to include the Omega Supreme. I was so thrown off by this. Like, I was not expecting this. So
to happen.
Yeah, like I completely forgot the scene where they're talking about the beacon or whatever for the Guardian. So
it's a small scene. It's easy to forget. I was like, wait a second, did I miss a page?
Right.
And I had to ask my buddy, and he's like, no, issue 20. And I was like, oh, that's right, we did. See
I was like, is this
Omega
real?
Supreme flying.
When Starscream sees it, I'm like, is this real? But then Prime sees it, and I was like, okay, it must be real. But I love the little wave he gives. It
again, not much dialogue needed, and you get it. You're like, it's like in issue 13.
We had some conversation about this because we interpreted the scene very differently. Because there's not much said after the scene. Starscream either shoots himself or is shot. His whole face off. He tries to kill himself basically. And so there's definitely been some conversation about it. This is another, I don't think it's contentious, but it's definitely something that's brought up discussion. Like, is Starscream redeeming himself in this moment when he kills himself? I personally don't think so. I think more so he's been Stockholm Syndrome so bad that he's completely lost who he was in the first place. Partially due to mind control, partially due to the eons of violence, and the shock of seeing Omega Supreme like he did all those years ago brings him back to his Oktar original personality for a second. Not even his personality. His eyes turn blue for a second. But I don't think his literal I'm not evil in this 1 second. It's more like he remembers.
Yeah, he's not
He
redeemed.
remembers who he was before. Is how I read.
Yes, yeah.
And it.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
funny. My video on this, I would say a good 90% of the comments were, yes, Starscream is redeemed. And I was like, do people really
That's
think
crazy.
that? Do they think he's redeemed? So then I ran a poll. On my channel, and there were 3 options. Is Starscream redeemed? It was yes, no, and it's complicated. And it was like 98% said no, he's not. And I'm like, which one is it? which one is it? I don't think he's redeemed. I think, like you said, there's a moment of clairvoyance where he remembers who he is. But that, this one single action doesn't absolve him of his sins, but it is a moment of, oh, I used to be somebody else, and something needs to be done about that.
Yeah, and he takes that moment to, try and end his suffering, essentially, is how I read it. Which I didn't quite understand it the first. This is another moment where I didn't quite understand what was happening. Because they don't show. I'm assuming Hasbro did not want to show a Transformer trying to kill themselves. Is the only thing I can think of as to why they don't show it.
I think it's almost more poignant to show it from a distance if it is true that he shot himself, which it does seem like.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm more on the fence than most people, but I can go either way.
Yeah. You. Is it that you think Megatron shot him? Is that the?
So I kind of sit in the middle because originally it was yes, and then we did our live show on Teletran tapes, and everybody's response was, well, Megatron can't shoot himself as a gun. He needs somebody to pull the trigger. And
that is a good point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. That being said, he could also just control Starscream to shoot himself. I understand both ways. I 100% understand both ways. I guess in my mind, I'm undecided until we see more. Perhaps. Sure. I do think that the people who read Megatron's simple dialogue of screaming no at when we see Starscream's face, the people who said that is Megatron lamenting Starscream are completely wrong.
No, that's crazy. He says he's a useless vessel. He should have never trusted.
Yeah. So for me, it's either one.
He's saying no. In my mind, the way I read it,
it's like bad dog.
He's saying no. You ruined my plans. You ruined what I was gonna do. Yes. I was gonna kill Optimus, and you ruined it. That's how I read it.
Right. Yeah. Because Starscream is constantly ruining his plans to kill Optimus. Remember, Starscream's like, "I'll kill him for you," and Megatron's like, no,
like Megatron
I want to make it flashy.
Clearly wants to do it a very specific way. He's doing all this rigmarole, like Daredevil, Punisher style. Either I shoot them or I shoot both of them or whatever. Like,
yeah, he's constantly talking about teaching him a lesson. I'm like, dude, just.
And I think that makes sense for this version of Megatron. He's a control freak. That's his yes. He's got the matrix of control. Like he wants everything to go his way. So when Starscream defies him and shoots himself, that ruins everything for him. And obviously Shredhead shows up and beats his fucking ass. So fucking awesome.
Which is so sweet.
You shall not. Cool. Just so
it's such a cool pose too. Like he just slid by him with his sword up, and Megatron is just exploding by. It's such a cool scene.
Yeah.
And I would combat anybody who says that Shredhead defeats Megatron. Shredhead does not. He helps Optimus.
He definitely stops Megatron at least. He's a reason why Megatron loses, but he didn't kill Megatron. If he KOs Megatron, that's one thing, but he just damaged him. He's literally alive by the end of the fucking issue.
Yep.
But fuck, this panel is so fucking awesome. The Autobot symbol on his shoulder. Yeah. Just one of many, many awesome. And then this is, of course, the final scene where they're talking about the small light, but still mighty. Yeah.
I can't believe that Carly said that to Optimus. It's so rude.
Bro, don't say his light looks small. It's average.
Bro, the light's going to grow. Yeah, it's going to grow.
It's average, bro.
You're just staring at it. It's not going to grow if you stare at it. Yeah, no, a story here. Myself and Swizz Prime, we Swizz always stays up till midnight.
Right.
And I do sometimes. and I decided,
Final
this is
issue.
24.
Gotta.
I might as well. And how do I say this? There are places to get HD scans of this
Right.
comic. I won't say where. And those places normally at 12:01 have HD scans, and none of them did. And so he and I were in a Discord call and we were talking, and I thought, you know what? I do this anyways. I'm gonna go buy it on Kindle and read it. I buy it on Kindle and it does not let me read it at 12:01, and I'm like, uh-oh, something. And I had heard that there were delays for some comic shops. And I
Right.
thought this is really not good. And it was like, I think it was 1:45 a.m. I was like, dude, I need to go to sleep. This is just too late for me. And I refresh Amazon and it lets me read it. And so I share my screen and he and I are reading it together. And when we get to this page, I read this last section of Optimus where he says, small, yes. And I'm like, dude, I know what's going to happen. And he's like, no, you don't. He's like, no, they're not going to do it. I said, they're totally going to do it. And I turned that page and I literally jumped out of my chair and started screaming. It woke my poor wife up. It was probably like at 2 a.m. in the morning. And I was just like, damn, what a phenomenal, perfect ending to Daniel Warren Johnson's run. I could not have thought of anything better. It's just, small but minty.
Small but minty.
Minty, yeah.
Yeah. I love how it switches to Sparky for a second and then to Spike. Just so good. And the fact that the Matrix is coming back to life is, that's
it's a new age.
Yeah. I really like the way this ended. It ended in a way to me that is perfect. Mrs. Tryon says he always stays up till midnight. Don't let him fool you.
Okay, so I probably will for 25 as well.
Yeah, it's a new issue, man. You got it.
But October, I'm literally not going to be around. We're on vacation and doing stuff. I'm like, you know what? 26, I'm going to let the guys take care of it. It's just hard because I'll wake up like at 11:50 and be like, Transformers. But I mean, I still go and pick up the copy in physical format as well to do a review.
Yeah, and I'm glad. Oh my god, the support this comic has gotten has been so amazing. Like, bestseller, first issue, got many reprints. I think
they're on the 13th.
Jesus fucking Christ, it's so crazy. I don't think people understand how crazy a 13th reprint is.
Yeah. And I actually have issue 2. Its 9th printing just came out when issue 24 came out. And it's a beautiful cover. And it's even crazier to have the second issue have that many reprints. Because normally the first one, sure. But past that, it's incredible.
Like, that is the reason they are considering turning this into a show, because comic books are not doing that, man. There's not that many some, number ones get like reprints all the time, like second, third printing. That's pretty normal for a number one. But a 13th printing, god damn, that is a testament to this comic books, popularity and just quality. Like, people want to read a story. And I talked to a guy that owned a comic shop in, golly, I can't even remember, but he was talking to me about Transformers, and he was saying, like, he has not seen comic sales like this for Marvel or DC in a long time. Like, the hype surrounding this series, like, stomped Marvel and DC. So,
I think, and I may be wrong, that DC has kind of caught up now with their Absolute series.
Yeah, Absolute. See, they're doing new ideas. They're not just doing the same old legacy character. Marvel did this with Ultimate Spider-Man back in the 2000s. They did it literally again with Ultimate Spider-Man a couple of years now, but
it's risky.
Like, a new universe to follow is a good fucking idea, man. When it's not mired in literally 60, 70 years of continuity. Like, reading...
That's why I never recommend IDW to anybody.
Yeah.
Like, where do I start? And I'm like, you don't.
IDW is a rough recommendation.
It's
it is for the bravest of our warriors.
Don't even talk to me if you haven't done 2 read-throughs.
Okay, I'll log off.
And I'm joking. Now, if you've done 2 reads of it, then something's going on. You need to talk to somebody.
I've done like a 2% read through.
That's
and I read a lot of comics, to be clear.
Yeah, no, you got all the good stuff there. I'm joking. IDW.
IDW's
fans,
epic.
I get along.
Yeah, I love a lot of. I like a lot of stuff from IDW. People hate like what's his name, Star Saber,
Scorponok.
The Zealot take on Star Saber. I like that idea.
There is a lot of cool.
DC's New Gods is supposed to be good. See, but the thing is, I was reading God, I can't remember whose run it was. I don't think it was Zeb Wells, but it was one of the recent Amazing Spider-Mans, and the lore around it might have been Slott, but the lore around it was like based on a comic book from like 1993 or some shit, and it was like pulling all this fucking like these references and stuff, and it's like, brother, I don't understand this. Like, you're trying to tell a story 90% of your reader base is not gonna get. Like, it's a complicated subject. I understand. There's a lot of opinions on comic books, but for me personally, I really like the manga. Start on issue 1 and you just read until it's over. I really like that aspect of manga. But yeah, whatever. Side tangent. But this is the end of our discussion. Basically, this is the end of the series.
Ballpoint.
Ballpoint is Ballpoint a part of the Skybound universe?
Yeah, 3-hour video coming from Deltatron. Sure.
That would be a funny fucking trying to connect those two universes, because it was clearly not in the Skybound universe.
Yeah. I would need some help at that point.
But it would be fucking funny if Ballpoint showed up in this universe, though. Like, just like a different version of Ballpoint.
That would throw everything into question. You'd be like, wait a second. What have they done?
But I did want to mention for issue 25 that we are still seeing Jorge Corona's art in the previews. So I personally am thinking, I've seen a couple theories. My personal theory is that the beginning of the issue is going to serve as basically an epilogue to Daniel Warren Johnson's run with Jorge Corona's art, because we see Megatron like punch Devastator for embarrassing him or something like that. He's pissed off, and it seems directly after this battle. So that's what I think's gonna happen. Some people have been saying, well, maybe the Autobots have the new clean art, and then the Decepticons have the crazy sort of sketchy art. I personally think they wouldn't go for that. That doesn't really make sense to me, because at a certain point, Moira is going to have to draw Megatron and the Decepticons. So,
yeah, it would be hard to mesh them together. And we know that Jorge Corona is doing the art for what they call a side story, which I don't know if I would necessarily call Megatron a side story, but I understand their point. And we have actually already seen Dan Mora's designs for all the Decepticons, so I agree with you. It's probably the bridge moment, where we see the Decepticons being beaten, and then it'll probably cut to Optimus in kind of this new light.
I think it'll time skip a little bit. I think it'll give a little time skip. Because it does, the preview of Dan Mora's art does show them like rebuilding the city essentially, or rescuing people. So
and that's something that I actually really enjoy, and I know not everybody does, about Daniel Warren Johnson's take on Transformers and his stories in general. He's not too concerned with giving exact timelines.
Yeah.
In fact, he doesn't. And I kind of like that, because as much as it is nice to know a timeline, I don't think it's necessary. I see a lot of people, because they do it in G.I. Joe.
Right.
I see a lot of people being like, well, technically, this G.I. Joe issue takes place 4 months after this, so transform.
Right.
Like, that's fine. I don't think it's really that important, though. Time has just passed.
Yeah, I feel like it's more like people trying to figure out when G.I. Joe happens in reference to Transformers, unless when Transformers happens. I mean,
well, and that's also because G.I. Joe starts with Duke saying, I'm going to kill all the Transformers.
Yeah.
And we're now, 1,000 issues into G.I. Joe, and he hasn't done it.
Well, yeah, Duke has
He needs to
Dude
get
goes
to
on
it.
a journey. I will say the G.I. Joe
Yeah, that's
series is better than I expected. I did not like the miniseries
It's
they
really
did.
good.
I like
Yeah.
Cobra Commander.
I
I
liked
kind of
Cobra
like
Commander.
Duke.
Yeah.
I did not like Destro or Scarlet, but the G.I. Joe...
Destro and Scarlet are definitely the least.
Yeah, weaker for me.
Of them. Yeah, but G.I. Joe is great.
Yeah, G.I. Joe has been a treat, an unexpected treat in my mind, because I definitely like the team dynamic more for them. I just feel like if something gets boring, they can cut to a more interesting character interaction. But yeah, if you're not reading G.I. Joe because you don't like G.I. Joe, I recommend it. I think it's pretty good. Not as good as this, but pretty good. Worth the read.
Yeah, it's a good sister product to Transformers.
Yeah,
It's a good,
yeah, and and Hound is in it now, which is cool. So it's cool to see Transformers in the G.I. Joe. Yes, give me a little
and
Transformers.
G.I. Joes
treat.
are cool. I started collecting G.I. Joe figures, and I've known about G.I. Joe my entire life. I grew up with the movies, which I know you love talking about. I never had any of the toys, but I've got a Cobra Commander. I've got a guy named Barbecue on my shelf.
You're right, Barbecue is awesome.
Fire. I love G.I. Joe now. It's just cool.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of G.I. Joe for their 4-inch scale of figures. I like those smaller figures better. I mean, the new 6-inch ones are amazing. They're amazing toys, but me personally, I like.
I'm
the small.
very selective on those.
I think I might get that Firefighter one that you have because he's cool as shit.
It's so good. He really is just fantastic. Yeah.
But yeah, G.I. Joe's just Transformers, but they're humans essentially.
I
like to.
There's a G.I. Joe called Shockwave.
Yes, yeah. I like to describe it as a series about guys that are really into their jobs because like all of them are just like really good at one job in the military.
Yeah, just one.
Yeah.
Which is totally how the military
works.
You're good with computers, only computers, nothing else.
But yeah, it's a really good series, surprisingly good in my opinion. And Void Rivals is a great companion piece as well. It has a lot of Transformers, especially later in the run. Hot Rod and Springer show up, which is awesome. Love those guys. Love that the movie cast seems to be ending up in a kind of the movie. I mean, Magnus and RC are in this one, so it's not the whole movie.
And Skuxoid.
Skuxoid. Thank God. Can't forget about fucking Skuxoid. Can I just say I hate his fucking storyline right now? Every time they cut to Skuxoid's storyline, I'm like, God damn it. No.
I love him. I'm against you here. I love him so much because he is the most whatever character that I never anticipated. And the fact that they're spending time on him, I'm like, okay, do your thing, Kirkman. Do your thing. I'll accept it.
If they made an Energon universe toy line, I would want to. Oh yeah, Cup died. I forgot about that. Cup gets obliterated. If they have an Energon universe toy line, what I personally would want would be 3 3/4-inch figures mixed with Transformers, so the scale would be accurate. But I could definitely see them going the 6-inch route, since that's what Hasbro does now, 6-inch, and doing like
I would need a Skuxoid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they would definitely eventually get to Skuxoid and be like, God damn, there's a Skuxoid figure now.
What timeline? What dark timeline do we live in that there's a Skuxoid figure?
What black magic has caused this?
That's why I love him, because it's just so wild. It's
such a Z-less character. But
yes,
yeah. If you're not reading Void Rivals because you don't even understand what it's about, that's fair. But just know it's deeply tied to Transformers in a really interesting way. And I'm sure it will play into a future proper Transformers story, especially with Robert Kirkman now writing it. I would not be surprised if Void Rivals maybe entered the picture more in some way. But yeah, I think that's a good place to end it. I mean, I guess one question: how do you feel about Dan Mora's art? How do you feel about the new look for the comic book based on the previews we've seen?
I like Dan Mora. I like his art. I feel that he is a very
clean.
I mean, I can't draw anything.
Right.
So anything I say is going to be ridiculous. I like Dan Mora's art. I like the direction it's going. I understand why people find it maybe a little quote unquote bland. I
Mhm.
think that thought that it's bland is only exemplified because Jorge Corona has such a stylish art
Yeah,
style.
both DWJ and Jorge
Um,
Corona. It's like it
yes.
is a completely different art style falling out. And they
Yes.
have very similar art styles. This art style is like so wildly different. It almost doesn't feel like the same
Mhm.
book.
Right, yeah. And so hopefully they bridge that
Yeah,
gap.
which I think
Well,
is why they're doing that. What I assume is an epilogue to DWJ's run with that Jorge
yes.
Corona's art, because though some might argue it will be even more shocking when they switch over, but I don't know. I don't know.
That's true. It won't be like IDW where every issue is a different
That's
artist.
one of my problems with IDWs and comic books in general. Do
It's
this
constantly
is all the
switching.
constant switches, and even Transformers did it with Jason Howard took over, and then Ludo.
Mhm.
I don't know their last name.
Ludo
Yeah,
Lalabi.
they took over
Mhm.
for the Megatron issue. So
That kind of made sense because they were almost
yeah,
flashbacks and contained stories.
yeah, I think they
But this one
rationalized
will
it.
definitely be interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, this will definitely be interesting to see how it happens. I like Dan Moore's art. I understand why people don't like it necessarily, but I'm excited for it.
yeah,
I'm happy that they announced it because he is so well regarded in his field.
yeah. I don't know that I even knew his name before he got announced, but he's a big DC guy. It seems like,
Mhm.
and yeah, I did not really like the preview pages, to be quite honest. I don't like the look of the
Yeah.
I love the Jorge Corona's art, so borderline the exact opposite. I wasn't super into, but I have seen.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I need to see some action. Once I see action, I can really
Yes, yeah.
formulate a true opinion on it. But I have seen his designs of the characters, like you were talking about earlier. They showed off some of the
Yeah.
designs, and I think the designs are actually more stylized than I thought upon first look. Like the
Especially those
proportions
wings.
are
Yeah.
a little bit like long legs, shorter bodies. Almost reminds me of Transformers 1 a little bit with the proportions.
Yeah.
So not super clean like I thought it was. There is a little bit of stylistic stuff going on there, which I like. I like cartoony art. I like the more stylized, the better, almost for me
Yeah.
personally. So yeah, I'm interested. I am not gonna immediately disregard it like I feel like some people are.
Mhm. Yeah, there's going to be some fall off, but I think that's just normal anytime there's a change. But I'll be sticking with it. And there's still going to be Danny Warren Johnson and Jorge Corona covers to collect as well, which is nice.
Right. And even if if I end up or whoever ends up reading it doesn't like the new direction, like this first set of 24 issues is such a good, like it's like watching
It's not going
it's like
anywhere.
watching the first Transformers movie and then you watch ROTF and you're like, fuck, this sucks. You can still go back to the first movie and enjoy that. Like it doesn't lose its value in my mind. Some people, I
Absolutely.
feel like some people, when a bad sequel comes out, it's like the first one's ruined now. And it's like, no, you can
I don't get
disregard.
that.
I've never understood that mindset, but it's a very popular sentiment
Yeah.
online with anything.
That's unfortunate. People are robbing themselves of enjoying
Yeah.
things. That's what the shame
Yeah,
is.
so
just enjoy each piece for what it is.
what I need is a big fat book with all of the 24 issues in it. I know they're making some big fat books with like 12 issues each, but I would like a big fat book with all 24 at some point, an omnibus or something.
Yeah, the hardcover books, which we haven't heard about book 2. They should be talking about it soon. I'm guessing that they'll do a compendium, is what Image likes to call them, which is the paperback version, which is what they just did for the Marvel comics. Which, by the way, they just showed off Compendium 2's Daniel Warren Johnson cover, and we get to see his renditions of Galvatron.
Ooh, that's cool.
Those books are like bigger than the Bible, though.
I've seen videos and stuff of them, and they look fat, bro. Is it Marvel?
Yeah,
it's the Marvel runs. Does it have a?
Yeah, it's all of it.
Like
US
oh,
and UK.
very good, very good. I might have to pick that up at some
it's
point
both of it.
because I would like to educate myself.
It's the collection of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good luck. Yeah. No, those. It's really good. It's surprisingly light because the page is like newspaper page. It's much lighter. which is nice. But I do hope that they do kind of a big compendium of the first 24 issues. But what is nice about book 1, which I have on my shelf, is that the back half of it is notes from Daniel Warren Johnson about him when he first started writing. And so I'm really interested to see what they do for book 2, if they're going to have more behind the scenes for
I hope so. I do hope in the future he comes back. Even for a one-off issue or something, I would love for him to come back. I would love for him to come back and just, take control again, but I don't know if we'll ever see that. But he's definitely made his mark on the community, and I'm really happy with what he brought us. I'm not joking. I was kind of off Transformers for a long time. Not a long time, but a while. And when this came out, it really reinvigorated my love for the franchise. Like, I definitely owe Dumb Jake existing to this comic book, because I did make this account kind of to talk about Transformers Energon Universe and the Ultimate Spider-Man comic books. Like, that was the original intention I had before I started making other videos that did better.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I owe my channel's existence.
Right. So we kind of both do.
Yeah, now I'm trapped. I can only.
Yeah. You're the Skybound guy.
I'm doing GoBots, everybody.
Skybound guy does GoBots? ? Cringe.
That's the funny thing, is that people call me the Skybound guy, and I'm like, I have done other things, and there are other creators that do solely do Skybound and nothing else. How did I get stuck with the name?
You're the most subscribed out of all of them, aren't you? I think.
I'm about to be surpassed.
Oh, really?
I'm about to be surpassed by Swizz Prime.
Okay,
He's
Swizz Prime.
He's gonna push past. He's great because he is consistently on the dot with those recaps, and I don't really do recaps. I did for 25.
Yeah.
So he's a great source for people who don't have access or who don't want to read it. And he comes in and he's great because if there's an explosion on the page, he's going, boom, look at that. He's
funny.
A sports guy, so he brings that sports commentary to it that
I have to admit, I've never seen a Swizz Prime video. Just not because I don't think, like, his thumbnails are really good. If I were to do content like him, I would copy him.
He's great. Yeah, he brings that explosive energy, and then Moonbase brings kind of a quieter, calmer, which is why they work great on the Teletran Tapes podcast.
Yeah, which is your podcast about the freaking Transformers, and maybe, is it just Transformers, or do you ever talk about other Energon Universe stuff?
It's currently just Transformers right now. I've talked to the guys about possibly doing a special episode just talking in general about the other series. We don't really have the capacity to do 3 episodes a month.
Yeah.
Getting together is hard enough for Transformers, but we've discussed we need to do some special episodes where we go back and rank all the issues, and then we need to get together, and we've been wanting to make this video where we read reviews of Transformers off of Goodreads, because Daniel Warren Johnson famously said that if you're an artist, a writer, and you want to be humbled, go to Goodreads, because there are no kind reviews in there. And I checked and confirmed the reviews on Goodreads are horrendous. For these comics.
What is Goodreads? Is that like Letterboxd for books or something?
Yeah, it is. It's a pretty big novel-based community, which is probably why they hate comics on there. But yeah, we need to do a few special episodes like that. But for the most part, we focus just on covering the issues.
Yeah, okay. That's cool. Yeah.
YouTube and Spotify and Apple Podcasts. To plug it.
Yeah. But this was really fun. I'm glad we did this. I will maybe chop it up into a video. But
good luck. This is what, 3 hours?
3 hours. Just broke 3 hours.
Easy for you.
Right. Right. But
I've been editing the GoBots video this whole time.
Right. This bastard's been half paying attention in the world of GoBots, as if anyone fucking cares. Bro.
Who cares about the GoBots? I know. I'm gonna upload that video and get 2 views and be like,
I will watch it. You will get 1 view from Dumb Jake because I will watch it, because it sounds weird as fuck and I'm interested.
It is.
It is. But thank you for joining me, Delta Tryon. You're one of my first YouTube friends, so always fun to collaborate with you. And
thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Thank you for it not being Skibbity Toilet.
No, yeah, that'll be next time. What? Where's your
Again,
hour-long Skibbity Toilet lore video? Make something the people want,
that
Delta.
went up on my 7th channel.
Oh,
You
you
have to go find
Skibbity try on.
Yeah, something like
I
that.
had to workshop that one.
You don't even know how many channels I have that I'm running.
Well, I think I'm stopping recording now, so we can still chat a little bit if you want.
Yeah.
I think the curse of YouTubers is that I doubt most YouTubers that are big, they're big on their very first channel. Like, I've had innumerable amounts of YouTube channels. I've been using it since I was a kid in 2007, so there are ancient lost channels I don't even remember that I had.
Yeah. Same here. Yeah. It is nice. I have my Delta Comics channel where I talk about comics that are not Transformers related, and it's actually really kind of refreshing and nice to have such a small viewer base.
Yeah.
Because there's almost a sense of casualness to it. Not that Delta Tryon is a full-time job for me,
right?
As opposed to someone like you. But still, just being able to be like, oh yeah, I want to talk about this comic that came out 10 years ago that nobody's talking about because everything's been said about it. Which is why I really don't talk about, TV shows of Transformers on my channel, because people are like, well, you talk about Transformers Prime, and I'm like, I don't have anything new to say. There's nothing I can say that's new. Be like, oh, well, we want your opinion, and I'm like, yeah, but my opinion is not different than anybody else's. There's nothing to add, really.
Yeah, I definitely felt a similar way early on, where I did not want to recently I've covered ROTF and the first Bayverse movie, and it's like everyone has. I did not say a single fucking new thing in those videos, but people really do just want to watch you talk about when they like you or stuff like that. Like, they want to see your take on it, even if it's like a normal take. They want to see I have abandoned the idea that I cannot speak on something that's already been spoken on. Even if I don't have a necessarily interesting take, because YouTube content can be recycled over and over. I will see a video about something I watched a video on 3 years ago, and it's popping off like it's a brand new idea. It's just like there's an endless crop of people logging onto YouTube for the first time who have not seen those other videos that talk about it. So yeah, I like you said, I do it for my job, so I am way less how do I put it? I'm way less trying to I would never make a video on a random comic book I'm reading on a second channel.
Right. Makes sense.
Maybe early on, definitely I would even say a few months ago I might do that, but at the current state, especially with the recent YouTube bullshit happening, all fires of my engines have to be pointed towards big content, proper main channel videos. So my perspective is definitely warped. It's less the fun creative side now for me, and more how do I make I still have fun making my videos, don't get me wrong, but it's more about
how do I optimize?
Yes, optimize, make it accessible to as many people as possible. Make it,
So not a GoBots video is what you're saying. Okay.
I'm saying if I did a GoBots video, it would. How would I do a GoBots video?
You already did do a GoBots video.
I kind of did. I did a joke April
already did.
Fool's video where I pretended GoBots was the winner between the GoBots Transformers race, which I found out later was literally a bit Chris McFeely did for April Fool's. So I did not know that when I made the video, and I made it in one day, so I'm not even sweating it.
Well, I even have a section in my GoBots video where I say, I'm not here to explain GoBots. Go watch Chris McFeely's video. I'm here to talk about the comic. Okay, let's go on.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I don't want people commenting. People will, but I don't want people to feel like they have to be like, well, technically, you didn't know. No, I know. That's not why I'm here. Somebody else did that.
Yeah.
I want to talk about this weird comic that it feels like nobody's talked about.
Yeah.
Because it's so weird.
For me, this is not even me trying to be the optimal YouTuber. This is just how I think. I've got to explain it everything to an annoying degree.
No.
I need to explain. Hasbro is a company that took over Transformers in 19 blah blah blah. They always had Transformers, but you know what I mean. Like I just gotta give those data points because I'm always thinking about the person that has never heard of what I'm talking
No
about.
clue.
Which I'm sure is irritating for some people that watch me, but I'm sorry. I low-key am not making it for you in some ways.
Never irritates me. Yeah. Because I really respect and like your shorts that you're doing.
I've had a lot of fun with
the different
shorts.
figures. Yeah, because, I think more tenured fans may look at that and be like, I already know this. But whenever I see them, I'm like, this is really for the people who don't.
Yes, shorts especially
and for the
is
people who are just not.
I've been trying to loosen up a little on my main channel videos with like over explaining stuff, but the shorts, fully, that is for a guy that has never looked at Transformers for more than 2 seconds.
First time ever getting on YouTube.
Yes, literally. Yeah. And those shorts I have a weird thought pattern on shorts because you can't just throw a video you made already into a short and then sort of edit it a bit. I really believe if you want to succeed on a short, you need to build it from the ground up for being a short. Yeah. That's literally the only thing that's ever worked for me. And slowly learning how to make the shorts work, make them pop, make them almost like how I learned how to make my videos popular. The stuff you with your thumbnails and you know the things you need to do that will help your video.
Yes, yeah.
So I've been learning that stuff with shorts, and it's fun. They don't yield that much money or anything, but sometimes they can pop off and make more than you would expect. Unfortunately,
go
ahead. Sorry.
My only short that's popped off is one where I talk about Alita 1, and of course all the comments are
heinous,
very anti-woman. Yeah. Yes, yeah. So every now and then I go by and check the views, and it's like, you got 3,000 views this week on it, and I'm like, good. More people are upset.
Well,
more people are upset that they wrote a good woman.
Shorts are the most interesting part about shorts to me is that. Because I don't even like the format, to be quite honest. I don't like the short. I don't watch TikTok. I don't use YouTube Shorts.
I don't like editing them.
I don't like editing
personally.
them. I don't like editing them, but I do like learning what makes them good. Yeah, but the thing about them that really is interesting to me is that they are like little seeds you plant in the ground. They are not like main channel videos where you put it out and you're hoping to get the maximum amount of views first couple days. You're trying to, that's where you accrue most of your views is the first week. Shorts are like these little seeds that can grow into humongous videos. I had a video where I talked about the Swapticons. Do you know what those are? Yeah. I had a video, and for 50 days it was sitting at 20k views, which is pretty regular for my shorts. They go 20 to 30k on average, maybe a little higher now, but it started popping off at day 50. At day 50 it shoots up, and it is sitting at where is it? Sorry. It is sitting at 300,000 views right now.
Oh wow.
And it was at 20 for 50 days, essentially. Bad part, YouTube automatically set it to made for kids and rejected my appeal.
Oh yeah.
So
I think I remember you talking about that.
All momentum has completely died. It was racking up I'm not even joking, 3,000 views an hour at one point. And it's now sitting at a cool 216 for the last 48 hours. Which definitely doesn't make me unreasonably angry, but
now I feel it with you too. I felt it with my D16 video, which is still my most viewed video. YouTube really.
You were robbed.
Really,
I am angry on your part.
Got me on that one.
On your behalf.
I think I just gave up after all this time and was like, you know what, YouTube, I don't even care.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that it's not my job that I'm allowed to not care, but I still do think about it every now and then. I lay awake I can't believe you did that to me, YouTube. That was so wrong.
A fellow like me would cause a stink.
Yeah. No, and I probably should have, but man, I was just like, whatever, man. I can't. And people are still asking me to stay. Where's the fourth video on Bumblebee? And I'm like, no.
Bruh. Badassatron? I don't know if he gets a whole video.
There's nothing. Yeah. Yeah. So friend of us both, I'm sure, commenting Cam, did a video on Bumblebee and kind of, the psychological side of his character and all that. And I remember talking to him because he watched my D16 video after he made his, and he said, "Oh, I really like that." He said, "Do you think you're gonna make a Bumblebee video?" And I said, Cam, I watched your video about Bumblebee and the psychological, breakdown that he went through and how being isolated can really hurt you and change you, and it's all good. But honestly, my video would just be Bumblebee funny guy. The end. That's what I took away from it. So, and he's like, "No, that's
fair."
what
that is what the writers wrote. To be clear.
Yes, yeah. And that's kind of why I don't know if you know Theoremus Prime.
I am aware of him. He's commented on my videos a couple times.
I've chatted with him a few times. I love the amount of back-breaking work that he goes through to find these connections and these stories. But at the same time, I always tell him the Michael Bay do funny thing in the movie.
Yeah,
it can be both.
Yeah, it is. He does all the Bayverse stuff, right? So all the Bayverse, and that is a tangled web to try and fucking understand. So I respect the hell out of that. But yeah,
the amount of work he puts into it. One of his recent shorts is about Ejector, the toaster Decepticon. He's saying in that short what the model number of that toaster is. I'm like, dude, you are insane. Like, I respect you so much, but it's oh my god,
that is fucking funny.
I love him for that. I'm like, dude, we need to put you in some other communities too because you're going crazy. Yeah, he is. The amount of research that he does is just insane. It's immeasurable. I love him so much.
Yeah, insane person hours, but I respect it. That's so funny. The toaster model, that's crazy.
I remember sitting there, laying in bed, being like, "What am I watching? Is this real? Am I alive right now?"
But I think we should wrap up the stream. This might be the longest I've ever streamed. 4 hours, maybe not. I think it might have done a couple 4 hour.
The Skibbity toilet one might have been.
It felt like 4 hours. But
I had such a massive headache that day too. When you asked me to join, I was like, "Sure." My head was pounding before we started.
Skibbity's most dedicated soldier.
I should have taken medicine that day. I was in so much pain. But yeah, no, it was great. I always love hopping on and chatting comics.
Yeah. Well, I don't know when we'll do this again. Maybe in another 2 years, but because I've talked about the comics a bit, but I don't really discuss them on YouTube. I find it difficult to make engaging content like you guys do without just like. I also don't make those type of videos, really. I don't really talk about lore.
No. And that's where my channel had started from. I'm a big lore guy. I love watching lore videos from video games and stuff. And I was like, oh, I could maybe do that with Transformers. And Skybound has not existed long enough to have that deep lore that's been revealed to us. And that's when it kind of just turned into, well, maybe I'll just talk about the character's development. Which is a blessing and a curse, because I really want to talk about Thundercracker again, but there's nothing new that's happened that I can talk about.
Right.
So it's like, nah, I gotta wait. Or like Cliffjumper, nah, I gotta wait. People are like, do a video on Bumblebee. I'm like, about what?
Have you ever done like a theory video, like predicting what might happen? I feel like those wouldn't be well, not evergreen content at all. But
yeah, I've pretty much stayed away from any theory building. I do this Wednesday. I do have a video covering Optimus from issue 1 through 24.
I saw you
growth and so
posting about that.
Yeah, kind of the culmination. I think it's like a 26.
That is better because I don't know if you talked about it, but you were gonna do like a entire series recap, and I think the Optimus point of view for 24 issues is a much better idea, a much more clickable idea in my head.
Yeah, and I do think there might be a few more characters that could have something akin to that, a more longer take. Obviously, Optimus being kind of the main one that's been there. But yeah, that retrospective of the entire first 2 years, was something that just had to not happen. I did write it all. I do have the script. For it.
I think YouTubers in general always have these bigger ideas that, like, when it comes down to brass tacks, ultimately it doesn't make sense to do, because almost always your super hard work is never rewarded.
Like my Daniel Warren Johnson video, I still love it. But also this GoBot ones. Thankfully, for some reason, this GoBots video has been incredibly easy to put together.
Okay, that's nice.
For some reason,
you just love talking about GoBots.
Apparently,
Huge
I was
fan.
so enamored. Have you ever? This is gonna sound so weird. Have you ever seen the movie Annihilation?
Yes, I love. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
So you know the soundtrack.
Yeah, I've used it a couple times for memes.
Yeah, you're very aware that the soundtrack is weird. Yeah, it's meme. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but it's horror based. I listened to that soundtrack while reading GoBots, and I think that might be the equivalent to like taking mushrooms and going through like a haunted house.
Bruh.
I was like, I should.
You should include that in your video and say, "This is the GoBots challenge." Listen to the Annihilation soundtrack.
I know it's gonna get flagged. It's gonna get flagged by YouTube immediately. But I was looking through my music source to try and find haunting.
Well, you don't even have to say mushroom. You could say it's like going on a psychedelic trip or something. Like you could.
It honestly
sanitize
is reading that comic. It really is reading that comic. I mean, I'll just give you a taste of it. There's two characters are fighting, and one of them Guy A punches Guy B so hard that Guy B has a wire pop out of his neck, and so he gets that wire wrapped around his neck and hangs him with it.
Okay, but
this is GoBots.
Okay, but if Daniel Warren Johnson does it, I say it's cinema.
Oh, it's super cool. Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah, when Tom Scioli does it with GoBots, it's really
like the "Excuse me, HR." You know that meme?
Yes, yeah, it is. I should post that. Should make that and post that.
Yeah.
Excuse me, HR. Tom Scioli's doing it.
Yeah. One of them is the one you just described, the scene you just described, and then the Daniel Warren Johnson, it's him ripping his arm off and beating Skyward with it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely I will be happy when the GoBots video is over because it feel like it's haunting me.
What are you gonna title it? I feel like it's not impossible to make this work. Like you gotta
I
include the word
already
Transformers in the title. Let me just say.
No, yeah. So I actually already have the thumbnail, and let me see if I can find it because I use that app Thumbs Up TV to just test
Thumbs Up TV.
how.
What is that?
Yeah, thumbsup.tv is a website where you can upload a thumbnail and type in a YouTube title, and it'll show you how it looks on mobile or on TV or scaled down. I use it because it's really helpful for me to say, oh, this title is too long, it's going to get
I gotta tell Diamond Bolt about that. He was telling me he edits all his thumbnails onto pictures of YouTube to see if they work.
No, I'll send it to you guys right now. Or I don't have Diamond, but I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I'll send that to Diamond.
But I don't have the screenshot, but it's a GoBots picture, and it's I think the title's something like the biblical origins to Transformers. Because I mean the comic, at least it is the origin story.
Can I pitch a title? And it probably would piss people off. I would call it The Secret Origin of Transformers.
The Secret Origin, that might be better.
Yeah, because I do know it ends with like a bizarre, the GoBots build like Starscream or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
It's really
yeah, Secret would be way better. Yeah, there's that. I just sent you that link though.
Thank you.
Yeah, send that to everybody. It's a useful tool that I use all the time.
Yeah, that's interesting. I already like make my thumbnails with that thinking in that sort of headspace, so I probably wouldn't use it, but Diamond Bolt would definitely use it.
Visualize it. Yes, yeah. He needs all the help he can. No,
He does mentally. He's insane about the thumbnails, man. He makes like 20 drafts of his thumbnails.
he's the Mr. Beast of us all.
I guess. I think Jobby the Hong probably is Mr. Beast of Transformers to me. I can't.
He's an interesting fellow.
Jobby the Hong or Kristen McFeely. I don't know.
Both very interesting fellows.
I guess Mr. Beast of Transformers is a subjective, like, what you think that means.
Yeah. I don't think we need to decide who that is. Let's not put that on ourselves. Let's call it a night at that.
But yeah, thank you again, Delta, for joining me. I'm gonna stop streaming now because my voice is tired and my brain tired. But I was glad to talk about Transformers with you. Always a good time. Oh, also, I'm gonna talk about reconstructors in my next Transformers that are not Transformers video.
Finally,
would you like to pitch in on that in some way? Maybe a little bit of a collab situationary.
Yeah,
I don't know how though.
To,
I haven't decided how that would work, but we can figure something out.
You're good. I'm happy to do as little or as much as you want. I'm fine.
Maybe like the lore aspect is what I would want from you because I truly don't care.
You cover the toys.
Yeah, I want to talk about the toys more than anything.
Yeah.
And I mean, Mr. Skybound.
I would love if possible. Yeah, I would love if possible to within that lore just talk about the fact that it's almost kind of become lost media.
Yeah, hell yeah.
To a degree.
That definitely fits within my channel's parameter. I don't talk about lost media, but it's definitely like in that weird nostalgic zone I like to shoot for. And
there is a TFW 2005 forum about reconstructors, but there's only 2 comments.
Is one of them you? Did you make the forum?
No, it was back in 2007. But I am out there trying to stoke the flames of the reconstructors, world. But I don't think it's really working. I don't think it's gonna happen.
I do want to reference your fucking brown hat channel. I want to bring it up on camera and say, who's this guy? Like, I don't know, some clever little thing to intro you. Because it will only make sense to us, but I don't care.
Absolutely do it. Throw it in there. People be like, who the hell is that? Some people may know because they know what I look like now.
Yeah.
But I bet you most people be like, what the fuck is that? I do think that'll be fun.
All right. Thanks for watching. Go ahead. Sorry. No,
I was going to say, those are like the only videos on that channel that I still have up, I think.
Yeah, I was looking at it earlier. I did grab some footage of you. You opened a reconstructor, but you didn't fucking transform it.
You can't transform it, Jake. You have to reconstruct
God damn it. You know what I mean.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything about this franchise.
Friendship over reconstructors.
I'm going to go talk to Diamond Bolt about this. No,
I don't think we can reconstruct this friendship. All right.
All right, man. I'm going to go to bed.
Thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me, man.
See ya. All right, gamers. Thank you so much for watching. Sorry, soul off the seal. Literally ending right now. But this VOD will be up, and I think I might cut it up into a video. I don't know. I really don't know, but we'll see. Let me know if anyone who watches this VOD makes it this far wants a video. If you made it this far, why would you watch a video? I don't know.